closing arguments, the attorneys will then have the opportunity to make their final presentations to you, which are called closing arguments. Final instructions. After you have heard the closing arguments, I will instruct you further in the law, as well as to explain to you the procedures you must follow to decide the case. Deliberations. After you hear the final jury instructions, you will then go to the jury room and discuss and decide the questions I have put on your verdict form. You will have a copy of the jury instructions to use during your discussions. The discussions you have and the decisions you make are usually called jury deliberations. Your deliberations are absolutely private, and neither I nor anyone else will be with you in the jury room. Verdict. When you have finished answering the questions, you will give the verdict form to the bailiff, and we will all return to the courtroom where your verdict will be read. When that is completed, you will then be released from your assignment as a juror. So what are the rules? Finally, before we begin the trial, I want to give you just a brief explanation of rules that you must follow as the case proceeds. Keeping an open mind. You must pay close attention to the testimony and other evidence as it comes into the trial. However, you must avoid forming any final opinion or telling anyone else your views on the case until you begin your deliberations. This rule requires you to until you have heard all of the evidence and is designed to prevent you from influencing how your fellow jurors think until they have heard all of the evidence and had an opportunity to form their own opinions. The time and place for coming to your final opinions and speaking about them with your fellow jurors is during deliberations, in the jury room, after all of the evidence has been presented, after closing arguments have been made, and after I have instructed you on the law. It is important that you hear all of the facts and that you hear the law and how to apply it before you start to decide anything. Consider only the evidence. It is the things that you see and hear in this courtroom that matter in this trial. The law tells us that a juror can consider only the testimony and other evidence that all of the other jurors have also heard and seen in the presence of the judge and the lawyers. Doing anything else is wrong and is against the law. That means you must not do any work or investigation on your own about the case. You must not obtain on your own any information about the case or about anyone involved in the case from any source whatsoever. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you're in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Do not provide any information about this case to anyone, including friends or family members. Do not let anyone, including the closest family members, make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends or family members about the case or the people and places involved, so do not let even the closest family members make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. In this age of electronic communication, I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face to face, you must also not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, tablets, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate about this case. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. No mid-trial discussions. When we are in a recess, do not discuss anything about the trial or the case with each other or with anyone else. If attorneys approach you, do not speak with them. The law says they are to avoid contact with you. If an attorney will not look at you or speak to you, do not be offended or form a conclusion about that behavior. The attorney is not supposed to interact with jurors outside of the courtroom and is only following the rules. The attorney is not being impolite. If an attorney or anyone else does try to speak with you or says something to you about the case or in your presence, please inform the bailiff immediately. Only the jury decides. Only you get to deliberate and answer the questions, the verdict questions at the end of the trial. I will not intrude into your deliberations at all. I am required to be neutral. You should not assume that I prefer one decision over another. You should not try to guess what my opinion is about any part of the case. It would be wrong for you to conclude that anything I say or do means that I am for one side or another in the trial. Discussing and deciding the facts is your job alone. All right. All cell phones or other types of electronic devices must be turned off while you are in the courtroom. Turned off means that the phone or other electronic device is actually off and not in a silent or vibrating mode. You may use these devices during recesses, but even then, you may not use your phone or electronic device to find out any information about the case or to communicate with anyone about the case or the people involved in the case. Do not take photographs, video recordings, or audio recordings of the proceedings or of your fellow jurors. I should mention, I know we have cameras in the courtroom. They are not going to be filming you, okay? So they've been instructed and they've agreed not to do that. After each recess, please double check to make sure that your device is turned off. At the end of the case, while you are deliberating, you must not communicate with anyone outside the jury room. You cannot have in the jury room any cell phones, computers, or other electronic devices. If there are breaks in the deliberations, I may allow you to communicate with family members or friends, but do not communicate about the case or your deliberations. If someone needs to contact you in an emergency, the court can receive messages and deliver them to you without delay, and the court's phone number will be provided to you. It already has. All right. A few more instructions. Next is note-taking by jurors. If you would like to take notes during the trial, you may do so. On the other hand, of course, you are not required to take notes if you do not want to. That will be left up to you individually. You have been provided with a notepad and a pen for use if you wish to take notes. Any notes that you take will be for your personal use. However, you should not take them with you from the courtroom. During recesses, the bailiff will take possession of your notes and will return them to you when we reconvene. You will be able to bring the notes with you back to the jury room when you go to deliberate. All right, and after you have completed your deliberations, the bailiff will collect your notes and they will be turned over to me. They will be immediately shredded and destroyed. No one will ever read your notes. If you take notes, do not get so involved in note-taking that you become distracted from the proceedings. Your notes should be used only as aids to your memory. Whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your memory of the evidence, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's memory of the evidence. All right, juror questions. During the trial, you may have a question about these proceedings. If so, please write it down and hand it to the bailiff, who will then hand it to me. I will review your question with the parties and their attorneys before responding. Questions for witnesses. You may also have a question you think should be asked of a witness. If so, there is a way for you to request that I ask the witness a question. After all of the attorneys have completed their questioning of the witness, you should raise your hand if you have a question. I will then give you sufficient time to write the question on a piece of paper, fold it, and give it to the bailiff, who will pass it to me. Do not put your name on the question, show it to anyone else, or discuss it with anyone else. It is important to know that if you have a question you believe should be asked of a witness, you must raise your hand and request that I ask the witness the question before the witness leaves the courtroom and the witness stand. You will not have an opportunity to ask the witness a question once the witness leaves the courtroom. I will then review the question with the attorneys. Under our law, only certain evidence may be considered by a jury in determining a verdict. You are bound by the same rules of evidence that control the attorney's questions. If I direct that the question may not be asked under our rules of evidence, I will tell you. Otherwise, I will direct the question to the witness. The attorneys may then ask follow-up questions if they wish. If there are additional questions from jurors, we will follow the same procedure again. By providing this procedure, I do not mean to suggest that you must or should submit written questions for witnesses. In most cases, the lawyers will have asked the necessary questions. All right, I'm done. So here we go. Opening statements on behalf of the plaintiff.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning. You probably already figured out this case is about a contract. Your job is to enforce that contract. That's what the law requires, unless there's some type of mutual mistake or fraud or trickery, something like that. The law requires that a contract be enforced. Whose job is that? Who's going to enforce it? You are. That's who enforces the contract at the last resort in our country. And it's an important job. Our whole economy would crash to a halt if people couldn't count on contracts. It's why big companies do what we pay them to do for consumers and for each other. So it's an important job. Everybody knows contracts must be enforced. The judge will instruct you on that, and that's your job. So, the first contract in this case was signed in 2014. Mr. Dillard, known to the world as Flo Rida. People in Miami and Carol City still call him Tramar. But I only knew him as Flo Rida until this case. He agreed to endorse and brand the products of a company called Celsius Energy Drinks. And they were going to create a new product together, a new formula, a powdered formula, and a powder, because they had been selling cans inside here of cans. It's a new product, new formula. That's the product, the powder inside. And so that was the deal. It's very important to understand who the parties were at that moment that the 2014 contract was signed. Okay, and we're going to get into the specific language of the contract. You're going to need that, obviously, in order to enforce it. But there's other things that the judge has ruled that are evidence in this case for you to consider when you're trying to interpret what the contract means. So it's important to understand who the parties were. Celsius was a small company right here in town. A few employees. Never turned a profit. Deep in debt. And we'll get into this in a little bit, but it wasn't clear that they were going to be able to continue operations. They might cease operating. But they had a product that he fell in love with. Celsius Energy Drink. He grew up in Carol City, Miami. Shy kid, loved music. He becomes an international icon. Okay, I'm going to skip over that. I promise not to waste your time. All the hard work that you can imagine. It doesn't just go boom, boom from the shy kid to 100 million records sold. All that hard work, but we're going to skip over it. But he's this international icon, and in his backyard is this little tiny company that's in financial trouble. And he falls in love with the product. And by the way, it's not just that he's an international icon, it's that the social media following, right? The celebrities that are friends, the connections, right? So it's a powerful way to brand a product. It's worth a lot to a company to have the product actually loved by a celebrity who uses connections and influencers, I guess they're called in social media. You're going to see that Celsius itself, one of its board members, says this is the key. That was the key for Celsius, was this spreading of the word from Flo Rida to other influencers. But you can see how that's worth a lot of money. And what's most important about that, and that's why a lot of companies want that, right? But he has to be very selective about what he chooses for several reasons. One of which was his brand, right? Because the product has to be consistent with his brand. If it's not, then it hurts his brand. And what's most important to him, obviously, is his music. But what he was bringing there to Celsius, when you look at the contract, what he is bringing is his brand. And so it's important to know, not just now, but let's look at 2014. What was that brand? And it wasn't just musical superstar. World record for the sales of a single song. But it wasn't that long ago in today's things, but you were hearing that song 10 times a week. World record for a single song, all that. But it wasn't just it's fitness, okay? For people who know him, who know Flo Rida, it was fitness, it was health, discipline, strong, responsible, hard worker, good guy, kind, decent. That was his brand. Okay, and particularly the first part of it, health, fitness, fits right in with their brand, right? They could take his brand and put it on them, the health, the fitness. And, you know, actually that's one of the reasons he fell in love with the product, right? He's working out. There's a lot of his videos showing him working out, the whole fitness angle to what he loves. People love that about him, want to hear from him about him. He liked the product for that reason. You know, the formula, we're not going to get into all the details of it, but the 0 calorie and all those things, it fit into his lifestyle, and it was true that he loved the product, so it was a perfect fit. He gets 7 figures for a deal like this. You know, multi-millions. They don't have that cash. That's impossible, right? So it can't be a cash deal like that for a company in debt that doesn't even know it's going to continue operation. It just doesn't have the cash. But that's okay because he has a vision. And I think you'll talk about, you'll see in the evidence probably when Mr. Dillard testifies, other celebrities, 50 Cent has done the deal with vitamin water, and you know, the ownership, it's a different way of looking at the world, right? The short-term payout or investing in something, ownership, and he had that mentality. And so it was okay with him that he wasn't going to get those 7 figures in cash up front. He actually wanted ownership, and so that was okay. It fit for both parties. But don't forget, he took a big pay cut, okay? And not just because of the cash, not just because he wasn't getting cash, he was getting stock. There was some upfront cash, and there was some upfront stock, okay? But I got to tell you about how the stock worked. We'll come back to it, but just briefly right now. There was $1 million shares of stock, 1 million shares of stock, 250,000 immediately. Another 250,000 when a target is met, and then another 500,000 when another target is met. So 250, 250, 500. He has the 250 immediately. And then the other 750 when the benchmarks are met. Stock is about 50 cents at that point. 50 cents. So even when he gets all million, if the stock hasn't gone up, it's only $500,000. Right? So he has to believe not only in the product, not only in the people who were there at the time, but his ability to do what they wanted him to do, which was help brand the product. Because if that stock doesn't go up, it's a bad deal for him. And he had to give up other deals to do this, right? You can't be endorsing multiple products in the same category. So if you look at it purely in terms of what is the stock worth now, it doesn't make any sense for him. Why would he do it? He was always thinking long term. What is the stock going to be worth? When I get involved with this big brand, co-branding, giving part of his brand to this company with this largely unknown brand at the time. All right, so let me show you. And I hope this is going to work, Your Honor, so that you can see and the jury can see. I've already talked to defense counsel about this. If I need to move it, just let me know.
That's fine.
So these are 2 clauses from the contract. The 2 that have to do with the additional 250 and the additional 500,000 shares of stock. So the first one, the 250, forgot about this, and this is not movable. Can you guys see this? Okay, I'm gonna actually hold this for a minute and then put it back. If that's okay, Ron.
That's fine.
So there's an additional 250 shares as bonus compensation once the company achieves $1 million in gross cumulative co-branded revenue in any 12-month period during the term. Okay, so each of these are going to prove important. All the different clauses, each of them are going to prove important. But that's the first one. The second one is 500,000 shares upon the sale of 690,000 units of co-branded product, right? So that's different than revenue from co-branded revenue. These are sales of units of co-branded product, 690,000. So he has this vision, what he can do with his brand, with this product he loves, and he starts to get his contract signed, and he starts to execute. We talked about social media influencers, but there were key things going on at that time. And this is from one of their board of directors, how critical this was, the game changer. Giving it to certain people, other people, as well known, and then them talking about it. Not having no relation to the company, but they love the product too. So you've got him doing that. It's not just that, he's putting it in music videos. And then before, he already had his world record, but then right within a year of signing the contract, the My House video comes out, and the Celsius drinks are all in that video. The can. It's not this can, but one of the cans. It's all over that video. You'll see the video. That video, hundreds of millions of views just on the official YouTube channel. I mean, billions of times it's been listened to. It's incalculable, the value of what that was worth. At his concerts, everyone on stage wearing Celsius things. In his riders, you know, the product's got to be there at the concert for him to drink. He's seen drinking it. Everything, you know, people taking it on the Today Show, on Good Morning America, on and on and on. The product from this little company down the road is now being seen everywhere. And then he's got his content, you know, and there's also the thing that you know, when they bring, there's these trade shows where, you know, people get together and what products are going to go to the store, and they have him giving contracts there for the executives at 7-Eleven. Guess what? The product goes into 7-Eleven. That's a big deal, right, all over the country. I think he pulled he knew the kid of the 7-Eleven executive and pulled him up on stage from the concert, and you know, those connections, those things are important to this story of what eventually happened. And investors, okay? So, contract signed in March 2014. Timing here is important. His birthday is, I apologize, I don't know his birthday, but it's later that year, okay? Maybe October. We'll find out for sure in the evidence, but sometime later that year. And he has a birthday party. This is within months of signing the contract. And here in South Florida, there's a yacht and a party, and I don't know all the details, but I do know this, okay? Invited onto that yacht are the Celsius executives and Russell Simmons. Simmons, you know, the Flo Rida and T3M, they bring Russell Simmons to the boat, who brings someone from Pepsi. Okay, so both of those are important. The first one is, in terms of timing, the most important, because there were, as I told you, in their own financial documents, it says they didn't know if they were going to be able to continue operating. Well, the next financial document says we've got an investment, we're going to be able to continue operating from Russell Simmons. So whatever the stock price is, there would be no stock price if this deal hadn't been done. So all of these together, and all of this together, it works. I'm going to tell you a little bit about Pepsi, but we'll get into the evidence, and I'm going to do this as quickly as I can. But that was 2014. It wasn't until 2012 that the foundation was laid. But obviously Pepsi's a big company. That was just one executive. There was a lot of other things. And they had to make a lot of smart decisions along the way. There's no doubt. Smart people making smart decisions. That's why he wanted to do it. He was betting on this stock going up, right? The product and the people. And he trusted it. They treated him like family. And, you know, there are different people there now. We'll get to that later. But I'm not trying to say that business decisions weren't made by them. You don't go from a small company in South Florida to a multi-billion-dollar company without making some smart decisions and having some smart people, and they were doing that. And a lot of that had to be done with Pepsi. But it did finally culminate in a giant stock increase sometime recently with investment from Pepsi and distribution deal with Pepsi. to tell you in this courtroom, as a defense, even though Flo Rida had no access to the sales data, right? Like I said, that's obvious. He's not allowed to break into the building and rifle through the neighborhood. He can only give them, look at what they give him. Even though he had no choice but to rely on them for the calculations, and they never did any monthly or annual calculations, we shouldn't have to pay because he waited too long to sue us. You will see, because you're going to have to determine if that's true in this case. The judge will instruct you on something called the duty of good faith and fair dealing. You will see that you are not allowed to conceal data. No company is allowed to conceal data and then say you shouldn't know about the data. Right? In every contract, there is a duty of good faith and fair dealing. The judge will instruct you on that at the end of the case. And so that is not going to be a valid defense. So what then? What then if he is allowed to bring a lawsuit at this time, once he found out? So what happened was there was an official request for data, then there was a legal request for data, and then there was a lawsuit. So the data comes out in this lawsuit. So if that doesn't work, what then? Okay, if they don't want to pay this stuff. Well, there's a lot of things about the contract that you're going to hear in this courtroom. The first thing is, let's talk about this one. 690,000 units, right? So the first thing you're going to hear is that this, which I bought at Fresh Market, which is around the corner from my office, just like this, and that the cashier scanned with these you can see code attached to what's called an SKU. Some of you may know this. Stock keeping unit. This is not a unit. We're going to show you evidence in their own documents about what a unit is, even if we're not going to use the plain English use of the word of this as being a fundamental unit that's being sold to consumers. They're saying now that this is the unit, okay, because they are sold this way, and this does also have a UPC code on it, and it can be bought this way, but which has 14 sticks in it. But see, you'll get some of these back in the jury room. This box is meant to be sold this way. It's 14. Other boxes are shipped to like GNC this way to be sold like this, right? With this as the unit. And in fact, GNC, they have a really good deal with a lot of the people the manufacturers that sell through them. They don't even pay until this is scanned, until the customer pays, right? They get these kind of for free until the customer is scanned. The unit is sold for $1.20 or whatever it is, and then they have to pay part of that to sell things. So look, this was considered by us to be a unit. It's sold this way. It has a SKU, stock keeping unit. But even if and if it's not this, what is it, right? Because they're sold in 14 packs. They're also sold in like boxes of some bunch of these together. There's other boxes with different than 14. What is, and they're sold in tubs, right? So what is a unit if it's not what's sold to the consumer? So, but anyway, even if you use the box as the unit, it still gets to 690,000. It takes longer, and you'll see that on this one, about the 250,000 shares, it says it has to be during the term. They have to make $1 million during the term. This one is different. There's no deadline, right? So, in the end, however you count it, it gets there. They get to the 690,000 units, and there's no deadline for that. So, I just have to talk to you about why they're sold this way. It's actually an important part of the case. Celsius, to a lot of people, is an unknown product. People don't buy a 12-pack of an unknown product. They don't buy 24 cans of an unknown product. It's much easier to get them to buy a single can. The single cans require refrigeration. They're much more expensive to ship to places, and they're actually more expensive than this. So Celsius came up with, this is their idea, very, very brilliant, the single-use strategy, right? In other contexts, other businesses have something similar. You gotta get the customer to try it once before you can get the customer. The decision to try, the decision to buy, the very first product. This, with Flo, introducing it to a bunch of new people, only about 20, the decision to buy, the decision to try. Right? Now, that's why some companies give out free samples. That's why some companies buy Super Bowl ads, which reach less people by far than a My House. Well, no, the cost per pack, well, actually, yeah, it is true. The song My House is I guess only one person can watch the Super Bowl at once, when people hear songs and watch videos again and again, so it's not fair to meet the people in half that. But anyway, that's why people do Super Bowl commercials. You may lose money when you count the advertising. Strategy. There's a couple of more things I'll show you on the contract. We'll get into this more during the case. But at the time of the contract was signed, I'm sorry, counsel. These weren't ready. So it was being sold in tubs. Okay, so the reason I bring that up is the products will be priced at retail between $19.95 and $39.95. None of this was priced that way. Not this, but they only had the pricing for the tub at the time. That's why it says or, as appropriate for channel of distribution or country. Sorry, I'm in your way. Or as appropriate for channel of distribution, distributed worldwide through the following retail distribution channels. So that's the first thing, the or, right? So it doesn't help you figure out what a unit is because it was at the time they only had the tubs, and none of the packets, single-use packets, whether in a box, a big box, a bunch of boxes, they were not priced that way. But the other important thing about this is through channels of distribution, okay? And I know, I was a juror, I think I told you in voir dire recently, and so I know some of this. It's hard to see how all this fits together right now. I think I'm a better lawyer because I have served as a juror, but maybe it just went all over my head. I apologize if this doesn't all fit together yet. It will at closing argument, I promise. But you have to know what to look for it when the evidence comes in, okay? And this is something you have to look for. Sold through the channels of distribution. Why is that important? Because if it's sold through their channels of distribution, 7-Eleven, GNC, who's it sold to? The consumer, right? And that's why it goes back to what's a unit? Who's it sold to? It's sold to the individual consumer. Anyway, we'll get into that more later, but when you see this, you need to be thinking about through channels of distribution and remember the pricing in regard to types. I want to talk about the data, okay? So the data they gave us that they produced in this case, it's like computer, bits and, it's not pieces of paper. And it was in kind of like a spreadsheet. And so the spreadsheet had mistakes. There were missing like cells, I think they call them in the spreadsheets. I'll let the other people talk about that. There were missing cells, and there were inaccuracies. So the data wasn't perfectly good. There was problems with the data. But even with the data that they gave us, you will see that they met the 690,000 units. We're actually talking about a unit quickly, as was intended, and no matter how you define it, still met the 690,000 units, even in the data they gave us. So there's three claims. One is the 500,000 shares, one is the 250,000 shares, and then there's a claim for certain royalties, because there were certain products that he got a percentage of each one. There was the co-branding, really of the entire company, of the product line, really of the company, but I'll let you listen to the evidence on that. But there was also certain products where he would get a royalty on. One of those products was called Flo Fusion. Flo Fusion, and it's specifically named in the first contract. The second contract, at the renewal, there was other products in addition to the powder, and that's the royalty claim we're going to be talking about, because we have enough data to show you on that. So that's the third claim. Is there any royalties that are still owed in addition to the stock? And so what you need, as you listen to the evidence, what you need to think about on that is, what does he get royalties on, and when does it stop? So the initial contract says they're creating a new product, right? That product is the formula, it's a powder product. It's the formula. What matters is the formula. But the initial label said Flo Fusion. Flo Rida, Flo Fusion. Later, they had Heat, which is, he came up with somebody named Vanessa, and I think there was a third person in the room, Celsius Heat, Miami. He would go down to the Heat before Heat games and give out Celsius shirts and free drinks and things like that. So we got the idea of Celsius Heat, which fits right in because it's like, I think some of the ads are the first negative calorie drink. So anyway, the Celsius Heat, but the initial label for this was Flo Fusion. And at some point during the second term of the century contract, they changed the label. So it didn't say Flo Fusion anymore. So they're going to say, look, once it stops saying Flo Fusion, he shouldn't get royalties. But it's the same product. And not only do we know it's the same product, just the label changed. There's no way in the data, they didn't even track it any different. It's the exact same. You can't tell a Flo Fusion from the other product in their sales data. They didn't track it any different because it was the same product. So changing the label, whether it was intentional or not to avoid paying this, doesn't matter, because what matters is the product. This one becomes due the 250,000 shares when a certain amount of revenue is reached. Where, as you can imagine, the way we've calculated is disagreed to by the defense. Even if you use their way of calculating it, and again, you'll hear this more detail as we go, but this is really more of what to look for when you hear the evidence. Even if you calculate, I feel like that's my refrain, I think that's what I'm going to say in closing argument. Even if we go to a defense and we say, well, even if that's true, he still gets the stop. So even if we calculated their way, it still gets to the $1 million in the second term after the renewal. And again, that's why the renewal is so important, whether it's a renewal or not. But in their documents where people go to jail if they're inaccurate, it says it's a renewal. All right, there's one more thing about the contract I want to talk about. I'm almost done. And that is the second contract. Even though in 2016, the second contract, which was called a renewal, has this language in it. This is the entire agreement. This agreement sets forth the entire agreement between D3M and company with regard to the subject matter herein, supersedes all prior agreements and understandings between the parties concerning same, is specifically intended to expand, modify, and/or supersede all written communications and term sheets exchanged between the parties, and may not be modified or amended without a separate writing signed by all parties, and there's no other agreement, oral or written, that exists between them. And this shall govern the relationship between the parties and the company. So first of all, a renewal doesn't eliminate itself, it renews the relationship, it renews itself. But why is this language in there? Right? Why is this language in there if it's a renewal? And so I have a little slide which I've shown counsel. Can we bring that up? I just want to show you why this language is in there. Because before any contract signed, there's a discussion. Is there a remote too, please? When you get the remote, let me know. Before there's a contract signed, generally, especially between businesses, there's a conversation, there's a meeting, there's emails.
It's not.
I'm just on that screen. I'm not on the rest of the screen.
It should be. Should be in the type. Do you all have it on your screen?
Right here.
Like,
It's not the input here. It's.
I think it's up now.
It's good?
Click.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
All right, good. I apologize.
No worries.
So before, okay, this is perfect. See, you've got all these little things. These are meant to represent, right, the phone calls, the whatever. You know, there's all these things that happen, like when you're doing a contract. Not only that, though, there's term sheets. This is what our contract's going to say, right? We'll tell the lawyers to do this. But in the end, that's not the contract, right? So in the end, all that disappeared, and you're left with the 2014 contract, right? The term sheets, whatever I said, why don't we do this, or how about I'll give you this? That all disappears.
Hang on one second.
Well-
Let me. I guess there's a glitch on here.
That's it.
I'm seeing something up there now.
All right. Did it show up now?
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. So all that disappears, right? And you're left with the contract. That's what that thing will, when lawyers put that in contracts to make sure nobody says, wait, we had a term sheet, the contract's different. It's not the term sheet, it's not the phone call, it's the contract. So then, after 2014, they start, and you'll hear the evidence about that. Other companies wanted Flo Rida. They said, hey, do you want to renew? They said, yes, we want to renew. This guy's an executive's got a travel thing, but when he gets back, we'll get it all signed. There's all types of things. But that's not, this language you read in the 2016 contract, none of that matters. That all, in the end, is gone. And you're just left with the 2014 and the 2016 renewal. So that's why that language is in there. Contract is long. We'll talk more at closing when I come back at the end of the case, see how all the evidence and the judge's instructions fit together. I'm about to sit down. Before I go, I want to give you 3 things to think about as you see the evidence. Number 1, you're going to have to figure this out. They use different words here. Co-branded revenue. Right? It does not say sales, $1 million in sales of co-branded product. So here they're talking about selling co-branded product, and there they're talking about co-branded revenues. Common sense, in contracts, use different words, generally mean something different. So those 2 things must mean something different, at least slightly. As you listen to the evidence, for you to figure out what is the difference between sales of co-branded product on the one hand and co-branded revenue on the other. How are they different? Number 2, why is there no deadline in that clause for the 500 when there is a deadline in this one for the 250,000 shares? Why is there no deadline for those 500,000 shares? And last, when you think about Flo Rida, little boy, obsessed with music, shy kid, grew up to be this international icon, has this brand, what did they pay him for? What did they get? Because defense in this case really is, we would have never given him 750,000 shares of stock. That would one day be worth $100. We would have never done that. So, you have to know what they were getting. What did they get? What did they pay him? So, if you would, look at the evidence with those 2 questions in mind. Thank you for your time, and again, since I wasn't here recently, thank you for coming to the courthouse today.
Opening statements on behalf of the defense. All right. Are they, they're not on there? Let me try that one more time. Sometimes they say you have to just reboot it. I guess. If they show up on the screens? Okay. All right, opening statements on behalf of the defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, my name is Rebecca Samuel, and I'm one of the attorneys for the defendant, Celsius Holdings Inc., and it's an honor to appear before you today. So thank you for your time. This is my opportunity to give you a little bit of background about this case and to help you understand what this trial is really about. And it comes down to one word: greed. The entire premise of this lawsuit is based on greed. And I do not say that lightly. I'm going to back up my statements. And throughout this trial, we're going to show you why there's no substance to the plaintiff's claims and why this is nothing more than a money grab. Now, some of you may be familiar with Celsius, some of you may not, so I'll give you a very brief background into the company. Celsius is a manufacturer of healthy lifestyle energy drinks and supplements, mostly cans, also some powders. You can mix in with water, take to the gym, take to travel. It started in 2004, a really small company, and they were trying to break into a very competitive market. The energy drink market is itself a tough market, and in addition, Celsius is trying to promote, basically a product that might be an alternative to soda as well. So you're also trying to break into the consumer beverage market, which is even wider. So it's a tough competitive market. And Celsius brings in a man by the name of Jerry David as CEO in October of 2011, and you'll meet Jerry. And at the time, there was only around 12 employees at Celsius, again, so very small company. A couple of months later, they bring in another gentleman, John Fieldy, as the chief financial officer, and you'll meet him as well. And he's still with the company. When Jerry David retired in 2017, John Fieldy became the CEO, so you'll meet them as well. And together, they worked really hard, and they actually got this company on a positive trajectory, pretty soon after the two of them started working together at Celsius. So by 2013, there was, we have some positive outcomes going on. And in the beginning of 2014, it was still small, maybe around 20 employees. So it was so small that Jerry and John, they were very much involved in the day-to-day operations. They knew who the sales reps were. They knew what distributors Celsius had deals with. They knew the day-to-day operations. But our story here really begins in February of 2014, because that's when a company by the name of D3M Licensing Group, which was run by David Gold, and D3M is one of the plaintiffs in this case, approached Jerry David, sort of out of the blue, and said, hey, I represent Flo Rida, would you be willing to enter into a celebrity endorsement and licensing deal with Flo Rida, whose real name is Tramar Dillard, one of the other plaintiffs in this case. So this was interesting because, as I mentioned, Celsius is still trying to break into a pretty tough market and is still working on growing its brand awareness. So they say, we've all seen celebrity endorsements of different products. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Let's try this. So Celsius enters into negotiations with D3M and Flo Rida's representatives. And they enter into this 2014 agreement that you've heard about and that you've seen some slides about. The important thing I want you to remember about this 2014 agreement is that there are two parts to it. The first part is the endorsement part, and the second part is the licensing part regarding a co-branded product, which I'll explain in a bit. Now, why is it important to remember that there are two parts? Well, because plaintiffs are going to dazzle you with these Instagram posts and little video clips of everything that Flo did to promote the product. And, yes, here he is at 7-Eleven with a can of Celsius. And here he is performing in Las Vegas at this National Association of Convenience Stores, this NACS conference that they refer to, where Flo brings a 7-Eleven rep onto the stage with him. That's all great. Guess what? That's all extra stuff that Celsius had to pay for. Under this 2014 agreement, the plaintiffs, D3M and Flo, they did get their 250,000 shares into the company, and they got paid a total of $300,000 cash for Flo to post these pictures on Instagram, or to appear at events, to promote the Celsius product. But Celsius also had to pay extra to, fly Flo first class to Las Vegas and to fly his entourage of dancers and staff and pay for those hotel rooms. And, you're going to hear testimony that private concert was an additional $30,000 that we had to spend. So yes, Flo and D3M, they did stuff to endorse Celsius products. Flo was a brand ambassador. That's what brand ambassadors do. And they were paid for that, and then some. And that's important to remember that they admit that they were paid. They admit they got their endorsement fees. That is not part of the breach of contract claims that are before you today. So why are they suing? Why are we here? Remember I said there were two parts. The second part to this 2014 agreement is the licensing part, where Celsius agreed to create a new powdered product and co-brand it with Flo Rida. Now, I don't think I need to stand here and explain to you what a co-brand is. I think it's pretty self-evident. It's a co-brand. You have two brands, Celsius and Flo, and you put them together. So I'm going to show you really quickly. Does it come up on your screen? So you already saw this in Plaintiff's counsel's blow-up, but the very beginning of this 2014 agreement specifies that the very first clause is mentioning that Celsius does have pre-existing products. Of course, Celsius had been operating for 10 years by the time this contract had been entered into as a manufacturer. It had pre-existing products. And, mostly cans. It also did have powders. And I'm going to show you a couple of the old powders. So they did sell these 14-count powders on the market before this agreement with Flo ever existed. And you had an orange flavor, outrageous orange 14-count box. You had this berry flavored 14-count box. And let's look at what Celsius was agreeing to do. Well, actually, before I go into that, Celsius also originally had a tub, an orange flavored 30-count tub. And I say 30-count because it's 30 servings, so it's referred to as a 30-count of orange flavor. So all of these are pre-existing products in the powder form, in addition to the cans that Celsius sold. And in this agreement, Celsius says it intends to develop and manufacture a modified version of one of its core products, one of its pre-existing products, and co-brand it using Flo's brand. And so that's what they came up with. And you already saw this in Plaintiff's opening argument, but that orange tub I showed you, okay, well, totally different. It's berry flavored now. It's a 40-count tub. And you can see this is a true co-brand. You have Celsius' brand on one side. You've got Flo Rida's logo here. Flo Fusion is named Flo. So Flo's name is in the brand itself. It's a true co-brand. And they modified these pre-existing Celsius 14-count boxes. And we create this. Now I only have the orange one, but they also had a berry flavored box of 14 counts, and it's called 14-count box because there are 14 sticks in it. But again, a true co-brand. You've got the Celsius logo, you've got Flo's logo, Flo's name in it. This is Flo Fusion. And it is undisputed Flo Fusion only came in these two types of products. The 14-count box, an orange and berry, and this 40-count tub. And these are what the individual sticks that are inside those boxes look like. Here's a berry, and here's an orange. So I know you've already seen the builds of these, but I'm going to show you what those two goals we were talking about were. Because this 2014 agreement, as you've already heard, had two goals in it. Celsius had prepaid this $300,000 in cash under this contract was paid, and those 250,000 shares were issued. But everybody wanted this product to do well, so they agreed. They said, let's set these goals so that if this product is really well on the market, everyone will benefit from this. So the first goal, as you've already seen, is if Celsius achieves $1 million in gross co-branded revenues, then Celsius will issue an additional $250,000. And again, I want you to focus on the word term there, because it has to be during a 12-month period during the term. And the way Celsius considers the term is very different than what the plaintiffs consider the term to be. Let's see how the term is defined in the 2014 agreement. So this agreement shall have an initial term of 2 years, the initial term. The term shall commence on the effective date and shall expire on March 6, 2016, unless mutually extended by the parties in writing. Okay? So, under Celsius's position, you have a 2-year term here. It expires on March 6th. So unless there's something in writing that says we are extending the term of this contract is over on March 6th. And these benchmarks go away. Let's go back to those benchmarks, because we spoke about that bonus goal of $1 million revenue. The other benchmark, which you've already seen, is the 690,000 unit incentive goal, right? And what's important about this language is that it's tied to what the company sells. This clause says once the company is Celsius, once the company sells a total of 690,000 units, and look at that, of co-branded product, it's capitalized. This is a defined term in the agreement. And you'll see that from the original whereas clause, where they defined co-branded product as that modified powdered product. We were going to modify pre-existing product in powder form and co-brand. So that's what we're talking about. The boxes and the 40-count tubs. There's your co-branded product. So Celsius gets to work, but obviously, the day after this contract is signed, these products don't exist. This takes time. You have to come up with a name, and both parties trying to decide what's a good name for this co-branded product, and eventually they come up with Flo Fusion. What's the logo going to look like? What's the, what is the picture of the box going to look like? And you have the actual production issues of getting these powders, these blends done, branding them. This is not something that happens overnight. It takes a little bit of time. The tubs come out first, and then a few months later, the 14-count boxes come up. And I want you to remember here that Celsius is a manufacturer. Celsius does not sell directly to me or to you or to anyone else here, right? I can't go onto Celsius and say, I want one box of 14-pound berry powder. It doesn't work that way. Celsius's customers are its wholesalers, its distributors, its big retailers like Publix and Vitamin Shop and Target, distributors like US Foods who will then distribute to other businesses or other companies to sell. Celsius doesn't sell to individuals, and Celsius only sold 14-count boxes. At no point in time did Celsius ever sell an individual stick. Never, and that is undisputed. You will hear evidence here that part is undisputed. Celsius itself never sold an individual stick to Publix or individual can. That stuff comes in a different packaging. Now, of course, once Celsius sells these products to Publix or Target or Vitamin Shop, they can do whatever they want. And if they want to open up a box and sell the individual sticks, they can do that. We have no control. That is their inventory at that point. It's done. But that 690,000 unit benchmark is tied to what the company sells. What company sells as a unit of a co-branded product. And we sold boxes. And I want to explain to you why the plaintiff's argument that a unit is an individual stick doesn't make any sense. So if you look at this slide here, if you are looking at the average wholesale price of what Celsius sold that 14-count box of, is around $14. I'm approximating here a little bit. So if we were to sell 690,000 units at $14 each, it's about a $10 million gross revenues for the company. So it makes sense that for such a huge, what do they call that in sales, big, hairy, audacious goals, that for such a huge revenue building, such huge revenue that you'd issue 500,000 shares, right? But under the plaintiff's theory, they're saying that each individual stick is a unit. So they're claiming that although we only ever sold this is going to equal 14 units because there are 14 of these in there. And if they're using this little individual stick as a single unit, we actually don't have in our system an average wholesale price for the sticks because Celsius never sold sticks, but if the average wholesale price for a 14-count box is $14, and you divide that by 14, you get one. So let's just approximate $1 a stick if sold individually. That's $690,000 in gross revenue. Why on earth would Celsius agree to issue 500,000 shares for $690,000 in gross revenue? That doesn't even include the cost of making the product and shipping it and marketing it. It just doesn't make sense. So we launched this product, and the product tanks. It just doesn't sell. You're going to hear testimony that it just didn't go well. Everybody wanted it to do well. Obviously, it would have been beneficial for all the parties involved. There would have been more shares issued. Celsius would have generated a lot of revenue on this product. It would have been great. But sometimes things work, sometimes they don't. And the product didn't do well. You're going to hear testimony that GNC actually discontinued those 40-count tubs and sent a bunch of them back to us. We had to sell this huge inventory at a steep discount. Eventually, when we couldn't sell them, we had to destroy them because there's an expiration date on these products. There's like a 2-year shelf life. And the boxes just didn't do well either. It just didn't work out. It was no one's fault. There's no allegation that it's anyone's fault that the products didn't work out. But it didn't work. And we were Celsius was in constant communication with Deacon and with David Gold about how these products were doing. And even with Flo's representatives, if they knew, we were constantly telling them this is not doing well, and you're going to see that throughout this trial. You'll see some communications, you'll hear testimony about the back and forth. They were in constant communication. So this 2014 agreement ends, and these bonus and incentive goals are not reached. And I want to stop here for a moment to tell you that you're going to hear testimony from their own forensic expert, their own forensic accountant, who is going to admit to you that that $1 million co-branded revenue benchmark, that goal, was not met before March 6, 2016, when this contract expired. And you're going to hear testimony that if you're looking at a unit as the 14-count boxes that Celsius sold, that 690,000 unit incentive goal was not met before this contract expired. In fact, you're going to hear testimony from their own forensic accountant that 690,000 unit goal, if you're looking at boxes, wasn't even met until 2019, long after everyone's gone their separate ways. So I just want you to keep that in the back of your mind. But the 2014 agreement ends, and the parties have to figure out what they're going to do, and they actually do decide that they want to continue working together. Okay, so they do negotiate a new contract. Now this is in dispute. Plaintiffs say this is not a new contract. This is an extension of the original contract. The problem with their argument is that everything changed in this new contract. Everything. The deliverables, which is basically what Flo had to do, what D3N had to do under this contract, the compensation provisions, it is all different. And you're going to get a copy of this 2016 agreement, which, by the way, wasn't even signed until a month after the first agreement expired. It doesn't make a single reference to the prior agreement that they are supposedly extending. Okay. So how do you know that this is not an extension and that this is a brand new contract? Well, the agreement itself says so. When we pull up slide section 13.10, you'll see it here. You've already seen this in that blow-up. And I'm not going to read it aloud because plaintiff's counsel read it to you, but I find it funny that Mr. Yusuf glossed over the last two sentences of this clause because this is everything we need to know about the effect of this agreement. So I'll just read the last two sentences. D3M, remember, D3M is representing Flo in these negotiations. D3M and company represent that no other agreement, oral or written, exists between them. The provisions of this agreement, this 2016 agreement, shall govern the relationship between D3M and company. It doesn't get any clearer than that. At that point in time, the parties are saying, hey, the first agreement didn't work. This is the new contract. This contract is what's going to govern our relationship from this point forward. That's exactly what that provision says. Now, we go into this 2016 agreement, and as I said, it's completely different. The plaintiff received $500,000 in cash total under this 2016 agreement. Again, to post the pictures, to endorse the product, and they received an additional 250,000 shares. So you have new compensation provisions. And there are no incentive or bonus goals in this agreement. There is no mention of any prior incentive or bonus goals. Everything is completely different. And what we have is just a straight up royalty payment. And it's a royalty payment on two specifically identified products, right? The ready-to-drink sparkling orange energy drink and the boxes of Flo Fusion branded powder sticks. And that Flo Fusion branded I underlined on this slide because it's not every box of 14-count sticks. It's the Flo Fusion branded. The contract says so. That sparkling orange is there because it was our most popular product. It's the one that generated the most revenue. So, in negotiations, you know what? Let's get a royalty on something that we know is going to be successful because the Flo Fusion didn't do so well. So, let's guarantee that some money is coming in. So remember I mentioned that $500,000 that was paid under this 2016 agreement. Those were advanced royalties. So I'll just explain that a little bit. It was a guarantee. And the parties agreed if, as we're calculating these royalties on this ready-to-drink orange and the Flow Fusion branded during the term of this agreement, and the term of the 2016 agreement expired in October 2018. It was a 30-month term. But the parties agreed that Celsius would only start paying additional royalties when that $500,000 guaranteed advance royalties were exceeded. Okay, so if at the end of the contract, if by October 2018, the royalties total only $400,000, well, that's $100,000 less than the $500,000 we advanced you, so we don't owe you anything, but plaintiffs get the benefit of keeping the entire $500,000. It's not like they have to return that extra money, right? They get the benefit of keeping it all. And you're going to hear, again, testimony from their own forensic accountant who admits that in October of 2018, when this contract expired, Celsius did not owe anything. They had earned less than $500,000 in royalty payments. Nothing was owed in October of 2018. Their entire claim under this 2016 agreement is based on their theory that Celsius was obligated to continue paying royalties, just to continue in perpetuity, even though the parties get to go their separate ways and they don't have any other obligations under this contract. So they can do whatever they want, but Celsius apparently still has to pay royalties, even if Flo is not a brand ambassador at this point. So the 2016 agreement ends in October of 2018, and the parties go their separate ways, and we hear no complaints for years. And during this time, the value of the Celsius shares are pretty static. But all the hard work that Jerry, David, and John Fieldley put in to make this company stronger financially, to really build the brand, starts to pay off. And good things start happening completely unrelated to Flo Rida or D3M. Scott, can you pull up the last slide, please? So after the agreements expired, after that last agreement expired in October of 2018, that's when Celsius really starts picking things up, right? In December of 18, we pick up a really, really beneficial distributor agreement with Anheuser-Busch. Now, I'm sure that plaintiffs will take the credit for this as well, but you will hear testimony that we actually got this because John Fieldley's brother-in-law ended up at Anheuser-Busch. So that was that family connection. We ended up getting a distributor agreement with Miller Coors. And these are little things that start building up, helping to get Celsius in more stores, helping to build up brand awareness. Something really big and unexpected that happened, you're going to hear testimony about this, is that a major competitor enters into an exclusive deal with Pepsi, a huge distributor, in April of 2020. Now, how does this help Celsius? It seems to be helping, the competitor. Well, it helps Celsius because if one of our major competitors has now locked themselves into an exclusive deal with the distributor, that means that all these other distributor agreements, all these other distributors open up. So other distributors who may have been selling that competitor's products can't do that any longer. And maybe they couldn't or wouldn't consider Celsius at the time because they were selling a similar product. Now all of those additional distributors open up to Celsius. So we make the most of this opportunity. Jerry, they hustle. John hustles. Like, this is all good stuff that's happening. And they work hard. The changes don't happen overnight. The effect isn't an overnight thing. You don't, all of a sudden get a distributor agreement. You have to work those contacts, and they do. And Celsius makes the most out of this amazing stroke of luck and is landing these extra distributors. It's showing up in more and more stores. It's improving its brand. The brand is more and more visible. And the stock price starts shooting up. It starts to reflect the fact that Celsius is out there. And that's when the plaintiffs come back to us. So we hear no complaints from them at the end of 2018 that we have supposedly breached either of these contracts. We hear no complaints from them in 2019 that we have supposedly breached these contracts. No complaints in 2020. But now out of the blue, In February 2021, we get a demand letter from plaintiff's lawyers, which, they brought us. We get this demand letter that we supposedly breached these contracts. And they come up with this tortured explanation that we've met that $1 million bonus goal and lied to them about it because that $1 million co-branded revenue, remember it said co-branded revenues, well now according to them, co-branded means everything. You had Flo as an endorser, so he's co-branded everything. And they have this tortured explanation to reach this incentive goal of 690,000 units by saying that it doesn't matter that Celsius only sold a box. That box has to equal 14 units. And what's interesting is that they agree that the 40 count tub is 1 unit and not 40, but according to them, that 14 count box equals 14 units. And they try to claim that they're entitled to these royalties on these products because they were still on the market. But the thing is that 2016 agreement contained a provision in it that prohibited Celsius from selling a Flo Fusion brand after the 2016 agreement expired, which makes perfect sense. If the parties are going their separate ways, we can't profit off of Flo's brand. So we rebranded during the, as the 2016 agreement was concluding, and we knew, we were dropping the Flo Fusion brand, and that after October 2018, we couldn't sell Flo Fusion. So we rebranded and we created these new boxes. Now they're trying to claim royalties on these boxes that are just Celsius, nothing co-branded about this. This does not say Flo Fusion, and that 2016 royalty provision that I showed you earlier is limited to Flo Fusion branded boxes. So the other issue with the 2016 agreement, as I said, is that they're claiming ongoing royalties, even though they admit the parties go their separate ways in October 2018 and they can do whatever they want. But supposedly we're the ones who are still bound, because that's fair for only one side to be bound in perpetuity to a contract. Now, why are we here? The answer was in this chart, because Celsius finally started to do well in the stock market. I said in the beginning that this case was about greed and nothing more, and we're going to prove that to you during this trial. Thank you for your time.
Ready to call your first witness?
Yeah, Your Honor, I think we have a video that's about 22 minutes. Maybe that would be perfect.
All right. Everyone doing okay? All right. Plaintiff, call your first witness.
You're
going to play that?
Yeah.
Just so we have a record of it, what's this?
It's a video deposition of Jerry David, and we've taken out most of it based on agreement with counsel, and the court has ruled on a few issues.
All right.
Your Honor, one cleanup thing, is the record reflect that all of the exhibits that we proffered to the clerk are now in evidence?
We will clean that up, but yes. So a couple things. Members of the jury, there are several exhibits that the parties have agreed will come into evidence, and when you go back to deliberate, you will have all of the exhibits with you in the jury room. When you deliberate, several of those exhibits will be shown to you and used during the trial. The other thing is there's the next witness will there will be some deposition testimony that will be played. You're to consider a deposition as though the person was here testifying in court. All right? And so with that, you can go ahead and, so we got to go back here to your input over here, right? All right. And so, Mr. Stahl, if you could let us know who is this witness again?
It's Jerry David, former CEO of Celsius.
Good afternoon. Can you please state your full name?
Gerard Vincent David.
And so, what was your position at Celsius?
President and Chief Operating Officer.
And was that the case during the entire 2011 to 2017 timeframe?
Yes.
When you joined Celsius, what was the condition of the company from a financial perspective?
The company was losing money, and it needed to be turned around.
And now, fast forwarding to when you're actually in the role of the CEO, did you have involvement in all facets of the company, be it sales, marketing, operations, finance?
Yes.
But I just need a little nomenclature help, because some of it I understand, but I want to make sure I'm on the same page. On the marketing strategy, where you said you wanted to go to more of a single strategy, can you describe to me what that means?
As an example, when you're in a very early stage of a company and people don't know your brand, if you only have a 4-pack strategy out there, the sales price of, let's say, $8 for a 4-pack versus somebody being able to buy a can for $2.39, their opportunity for trial of your product, something they don't know, is diminished significantly because they don't want to reach in their pocket and spend $8 on something they don't know if they're going to like. So that's what I meant by a single strategy versus only having 4-pack.
So it's important to be able to allow the customer to have a single serving that they can pay less for and then try your product, and then if they like it, then they may be more inclined to spend more and buy it again.
It also opens up by having a single strategy. Also, it helps in your distribution into different channels of distribution where they only handle singles, versus a 4-pack as an example.
So those channels of distribution could be like a convenience store or a gym or things like that?
Yes, could be vending, it could be a lot of things.
So my question is, wouldn't the single strategy also apply, even though that's maybe not what you were referencing, wouldn't it also apply in this situation where a customer at a DMV...
The answer would be yes, it could apply.
Right, because you could try out a single stick, and if that flavor and you like it, then you might invest in a canister, right?
Yes.
So, for obviously the first question is, as a public company, when Celsius issues its press releases, it endeavors to include honest and accurate information in its press releases?
Yes.
So, here this particular press release is announcing that Celsius has signed Flo Rida to a worldwide endorsement and licensing agreement, right?
Yes.
So the geography of this agreement was going to endeavor and involve global reach.
Yes.
All right, and so let's look at the first paragraph here. It's dated March 18th of 2014. And it specifically indicates a quote from you. With over 23 million digital followers and 2 billion YouTube views, Flo Rida's strong global presence opens up a new era for Celsius, stated Jerry David, CEO of Celsius Holdings. That was a quote from you, right?
Yes.
The next sentence says, another important factor to our decision to partner with Flo Rida is his passion for giving back through his personal initiatives and charitable donations. This partnership will help accelerate the introduction of Celsius to millions of people globally, David said. That was also another quote of yours?
I'm assuming it is because it was in the press release, right?
And then lastly, there's a quote here from Marla Gold. And then lastly, a quote from Flo Rida, which says, my partnership with the Celsius brand is right in line with my passion for living and inspiring a healthy lifestyle. What did you know about Flo Rida's, let's say, lifestyle that you felt was cohesive to forming a partnership with him for the Celsius brand?
Flo, from what after meeting with him and understanding him better and doing my own research, Flo is a person that was really in tune with his body, was really in tune with a healthy lifestyle. Flo was a very devout Christian and had great appeared to have great moral compass.
What was the marketing potential that you saw with partnering with Flo Rida with respect to Celsius?
Well, Celsius at that time, and this was done, still a very, very small company with very few employees. And I felt that, having somebody potentially that had, 20 million or so followers would be a person that we would align ourselves again with his clean lifestyle of living that I saw and his personality, that he could be a good spokesperson, for the company. That's, in essence what it was.
So if I'm understanding correctly, the board gave the green light for you to continue on to the next phase of this process. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, there was a compensation package for the brand ambassadorship that included compensation at the time of signing and also compensation that would be due later in the form of incentives based upon the sales and revenues. Is that correct?
Yes.
So let me ask you this. During the course of your employment in Celsius, and let's say from this time of this agreement, 2014 forward, did you ever observe any royalty reports or calculations being prepared by the company or provided to you for review?
I don't remember right now exactly what they were. I know that I would review the sales of the products, the specific powdered products, the co-branded powder products. And I don't recall right now, I don't remember the exact numbers and everything. I know, but the answer is I don't know right now what the numbers were, but I did review them at that time. Yes.
So you generally reviewed, as part of your job, your sales reports and revenues of all your products, including the powder products.
Yes.
But I'm asking, did you ever see any specific report with a purpose of just looking at the royalty calculations or royalty payments that would be due? In other words, this 10% of the wholesale price or 50% of the net profits that are identified at number 3 at any point in time when you were employed at Celsius?
I don't
I'd like to object to this
I don't
line of
remember.
questioning, and I don't believe this is intentional, but this is not an issue in the case. Disclaimer, they're talking about, and I don't know if they're talking about the 2014 royalties.
Hang on a second. Do you agree, or do we need to?
Well, this was not objected to, so I don't even.
All right. Actually, let's do this. Let's go ahead and take a little bit early lunch. I'll go ahead and address this. And all right, we have lunch for you back in the jury room. All right, so we're going to take an hour lunch, and so during that time period, you're back there. I have to give my staff and everybody else, obviously, lunch as well. So we'll be at lunch. So we'll see you back here in an hour. At say 12:50. That being said, if anybody needs, I guess, to go outside for just speak with my valet beforehand to let her know either at the beginning or at the end, because I need to make sure the staff also has lunch as well. Okay? So enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you back in an hour.
Yeah. Well, yeah, if we don't, it's our fault, so we're gonna.
No worries.
can be seated. All right, did y'all have a good lunch? That one's not working either? Okay, we have one other one over here if you prefer. Did everyone follow my instructions not to discuss the case or the case discussed in your presence and not to do an investigation of your own? Yes. Yes? Okay. All right, we're ready to proceed. We're going to finish with the deposition of, I think it was Jerry David, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, we continue?
Yes.
So you generally reviewed, as part of your job, your sales reports and revenues of all your products, including the powder products.
Yes.
But I'm asking, did you ever see any specific report with a purpose of just looking at the royalty calculations or royalty payments that would be due? In other words, this 10% of the wholesale price or 50% of the net profits that are identified at number 3 at any point in time when you were employed at Celsius?
I don't remember, honestly. I don't remember.
And do you know whether there was ever any calculation or royalty accounting ever performed that was provided to D3M or Flo's team?
I don't remember specifically if there was. Knowing David Gold, I would think he would want it then, obviously. But I don't remember specifically.
Okay, so you had conversations with David and with Flo that when you say the products, you mean powder products?
The co-branded powder product was failing.
Right. And that's what you consistently represented. And when you say failing, you mean in terms of sales and revenues, right?
Yes.
And when you say failing, they were below what you, as a company, expected?
Quite a bit, actually, yeah.
But there were multiple runs of the on-the-go sticks, and they sold well, didn't they?
I don't remember the numbers.
Okay, so as far as you sit here today, you don't know whether the on-the-go sticks actually did very well in terms of both sales and profit.
I really don't remember.
So we're looking here, we have offered at this time, what was available is Celsius Flow Fusion Orange Single Pack, Celsius Flow Fusion Orange Packet Box 14 CT, and then we have Flow Fusion Berry Single Packet, Celsius Flow Fusion Berry Packet Box 14 count in that category, correct?
Yes.
And each of those had their own, all 4 of those items had their own UPC code.
Yes.
And then if I go all the way across to the first top line for the Celsius Flow Fusion Orange Single Packet, I see an MSRP $1.43 and then MAP pricing of $1. Did I read that correctly?
So the sticks, the individual sticks.
Well, first of all, tell me if I read correctly what I said about the MSRP and the MAP pricing amounts.
Yeah, for the individual stick when they're in the retail stores.
Okay.
Selling them.
Does that retailer margin of 45% give you any indication of what I had asked earlier, whether or not the sticks, or you can even look at the next line where it talks about the packet where it says 40%. Does that tell you that the margins are pretty much in line with, or maybe higher than ready-to-drink margins?
They're about the same. Very close.
With press releases of a public company, the company endeavors to be honest and accurate in what they state in their press releases?
They better be, they go to jail, yeah.
Do you recall a Revolt music conference and yacht party. Did you attend that?
I did.
And was Flo there too?
He was there. That was a function that D3M put on.
Okay.
I don't
And
recall.
were there a lot of A-listers in attendance there?
I wouldn't say that. They made an attendance at the Revolt Con. It was in Miami, I think, or Fort Lauderdale. And D3M rented or got access to a yacht, and they were promoting, it was to promote Flo too, himself, because that's his type of environment. I wouldn't call it a Celsius event. Okay, there were people there. Russell Simmons was there. Anyway, there was all kinds of people, stars there, but it wasn't a Celsius event.
So Flo was there, Russell Simmons was there, and you were there?
Yeah, I mean, I just attended, I came there to, those gentlemen are part of that. It's a music type. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but it's all about the music industry.
Find you an Instagram post,
Yes,
and Celsius, the product, was integrated into Flo's music video, right?
yes, yes, Flo did that, yes.
And Celsius didn't pay anything extra or separate apart for the product integration into that video, did it?
No,
Okay, so this document, which is now going to be marked Exhibit 28, is another press release. Again, as we've indicated a couple of times, the company endeavors to be honest and accurate in its press releases, correct?
yes,
Okay. And this one is dated August 23rd, 2016, and it is announcing Celsius renews partnership with multi-platinum recording artist Flo Rida, correct?
yes,
And it indicates in here, this continues Celsius' highly successful worldwide licensing and endorsement agreement with Flo Rida, which began in March of 2014. Did I read that correctly?
yes,
Over the past 2 years, Flo Rida has helped broaden the brand recognition of Celsius through co-branded products, social media support, and numerous appearances, including his participation in the exhibition race with Celsius-sponsored NASCAR driver Blake Cook, the Gold's Gym Annual Convention, the Vitamin Shop Managers National Conference. Recently, Flo made an intimate performance with the National NACS, the largest trade event for the convenient channel, drawing more than 24,000 attendees, which led to new distribution agreements with national chains. Each year, the NACS shows bring together retailers, etc. So, first of all, was everything in that paragraph true and accurate?
At the time, I believe it was, yeah.
This is going to be an email which is dated January 29th, 2016. And it's from you, Mr. David, and you're writing to Reggie, right? Let me read it to yourself for a minute. So in this email dated January 29, 2016, you indicate to Reggie, who you indicated was his attorney and manager, is that correct?
Ask that question one more time.
Yes, this email you addressed it to Reggie Mathis, which I think you indicated earlier was Flo's attorney and manager at the time.
Yes,
You referenced this email to Reggie, and you asked that when you say we would like to continue with Flo and are requesting a meeting with you, Flo, and David to discuss strategy and deal points, that we is Celsius, correct?
yes,
And then you informed him that you hired Vanessa Walker, who was going to be the new Executive Vice President of Sales and Marketing.
Yes,
And you asked for a meeting for early February, is that correct?
what was the date of the 16 agreement?
The actual 16 agreement signature date, execution date,
Yes,
it was executed on April 11th and April 12th of 2016.
okay, thank you.
And if I go up, it says, glad to hear that February 5th is available. And Mr. Bold says February 5th works on my end. Do you recall actually meeting together with Flo and David in early February of 2016 regarding the contract renewal for Celsius and Flo Rida?
I believe I remember a meeting Vanessa Walker was in, I was in, and we went to Flo's offices, and I believe we had the meeting there in his conference room.
Was that the initiation of discussions with respect to particular terms relating to the renewal of the brand ambassadorship?
I can't recall to give you a specific on it, but I know we did meet, and it was Vanessa and myself. And I believe Reggie was there and Flo was there. I'm not sure if David Bold was there or not.
This was a telephonic meeting on March 29th, and it indicates that you were present. And again, the minutes are intended to be an accurate depiction of the matters in business that was attended to at the Board of Directors meeting for Celsius, correct?
Yes.
Here's the Board of Directors meeting minutes. So it's the item discussed. First item, renewal of Flo Rida endorsement agreement. So the things had to happen in an orderly fashion wherein you had to have the documents prepared, you had to go in front of the board, you had to get it approved, and then things had to be signed. Is that accurate?
I would say that's accurate, yes.
Okay, and that takes time.
Yes.
And you were out of the office part of that time, and therefore that extended things a little bit. Is that correct?
I'm assuming because I wasn't there to sign it, yes.
Okay. During the course of the time period, I know that you left the company early on during this agreement, but did you ever see any accounting or royalty calculation that was ever performed with respect to the sales of the products that the royalty would be payable on as set forth in 5.3?
Well, I've never seen, I don't recall it, let's say that. I may have seen it, but I don't recall it.
Do you ever recall having any discussions with anyone internally at the company about the royalties that would be due and how they should be accounted for and provided for in the course of the year?
Christine, I don't remember now the conversation, any specific conversation, but, you know, I rely on other people to also be on top of that, and, but, you know, because I had a lot of other things on my plate.
Would you have thought that would have been something that would have fallen under the finance department?
Well, they're the ones that calculate that, so.
Okay. Do you recall having any conversations with Flo or his team in connection with either the negotiation or the performance of this 2016 agreement at any point in time?
I mean, I don't recall any specific one because in my mind it was a continuation of the other agreement, and it was just had different numbers in it, but it was the same structure, I think, as the other one.
Call your next witness.
The plaintiff's called Toby David. It's an 8-minute deposition.
Good morning, Mr. David. Why don't you give your full name for the record?
Toby David,
Where are you employed?
Celsius.
How long have you been employed with Celsius?
This is my 10th year.
What's your current title?
Executive Vice President.
Okay, let's talk a little about the product line. Looking at the products when you first started the company. Let's talk a little bit about just generally the nomenclature for the products. We have what they call RTD. What does RTD stand for?
Ready to drink.
Those would be packaged in a can?
Ours were, yeah.
Okay. And those are packaged in various ways, such as a 12-pack or a 4-pack, is that correct? And maybe even a 6-pack?
Right today or back then?
Back then.
I don't recall. 12-pack, 4-pack, I don't recall. What other? Maybe a 24.
Okay, so a 12-pack would be 12 units per pack?
Correct.
And a 4-pack would have had 40 units to a pack?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And for the RTDs, those would all have been cans, right?
Yes.
And then you also had powdered products in the 2014 to 2016 timeframe, correct?
Yes.
And the Celsius powder product is an on-the-go stick.
Correct.
And so we have two things. We have on-the-go sticks, which are packaged 14 units to a box.
I believe they're 14. And then I think there was a 7 count also.
Okay. The on-the-go sticks that are packaged, the on-the-go sticks are still available now?
Correct.
And are they still packaged 14 units to a box?
I believe so.
Are they packaged in any other way other than 14 units to a box? Currently?
Not to my knowledge.
To the flavors for the ready-to-drink, currently, would you be able to name those right now?
I can name them. I don't know how many names. I want to, yeah.
Okay. You still have orange, sparkling orange?
We do.
And for the powder products, do you still have an orange powder product?
We do.
And do you still have a berry powder product?
Yes.
And then lastly, is there a product that is currently still available called Heat?
There is, yes.
And is that an RTD, ready to drink?
Yes.
Does it come in any other method?
And they're in sticks now as well.
So Heat is now also available in on-the-go sticks?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Does that mean it's a powder?
Correct.
And the sticks have their own UPC code individually printed on each stick, right?
They do.
And each can has its own UPC code individually printed on it. Are you aware of whether at any point in time after April of 2014, any type of powder plan or strategic initiative involving powders specifically was ever put into place?
You mean like this or similar to it, or I just don't recall. I mean, it's been so long, to be honest with you.
So it's possible that you don't recall any as you sit here today.
Well, we never did a direct model, like what he referenced there. Not to my recollection, at least. But I know that we would try to, the sticks are profitable, have a better margin for us, so we like selling those.
What is the margin on the sticks?
I don't recall exactly what it is.
You just recall that it had a better margin than an RTD, an individual RTD can?
Yeah, because it's cheaper just to ship, freight, and everything.
Okay. And so under the promotion calendar, can you kind of give an example of, some of this is in, I understand $1 off, for example, for June, $1 off a 4-pack. I understand that's a 4-pack of ready to drink, right? So under May, for example, 20 cents off singles stick. So when sticks were sold individually, that would be 20 cents off each stick?
If they were breaking up in the boxes and selling them individually, then yes.
And then a little message that you wrote at the very last page, wanted to point out that our Celsius, you see what I'm talking about at the very top of the page? Can you read that into the record, please?
Yeah. Hope you are having a great month. Wanted to point out that Celsius partner Flo Rida is on the cover of June's Physical magazine. There's an interview within the publication where he discusses Celsius along with an ad, Celsius ad. Could be a good way to get into some new doors. If I can be of any assistance, please let me know.
So what kind of new doors were you referencing in that message?
New stores that we're not currently located.
Do you recognize this as a banner ad that was also used in the fitness channel?
I recognize it as a banner ad. I don't know if it was used or not.
You don't recall where this may have been incorporated?
I just don't recall.
Okay. What product is this particular banner ad marketing?
Celsius.
Specifically, what's the Celsius product?
It's not promoting any specific product.
Okay.
There's a can on there. If that's what you're referring to.
No, I'm just asking you. You work for the company. If you saw this ad and you see Flo Rida drinking a can and you see the Celsius can on the right, you wouldn't think that this was a ready-to-drink ad?
I suppose. I mean, it's a Celsius. It's an ad for Celsius.
Okay. And would you agree with me that Flo Rida's name and likeness is on this ad?
Yeah.
So this again has the Celsius official Instagram post on the top right. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you have any involvement in organizing or orchestrating this particular piece?
No.
Do you recognize the bottom products as being the on-the-go sticks on the left and the ready-to-drink on the right?
Yes.
And if you look at the top, do you recognize that as being Flo Rida's name and likeness?
Yes.
Is new single My House?
I don't know when he released it, but.
Okay, you recall he released it?
Yep.
And that he integrated the Celsius product into that video?
Yep.
This is Exhibit 17. This is PL 158. And does this appear to be screenshots from the video where he's showing the Celsius ready-to-drink can?
Yes.
And it says right here in the official Celsius Instagram post, this just-in official Flo's video for My House has been released with Celsius making a special appearance. Be sure to check it out. And it's got that photo of the video integrated there. Is that correct?
Yep.
Celsius 130357 is the Bates. It's a document dated December 30th, 2016. This one says Celsius product specifications and pricing. I'll give you a second to review it.
Okay.
So similarly, this one has 3 different kind of sections. The top one is ready to drink 6-4 packs, 12 ounce. And then we have next section, ready to drink 12 ounce singles. And then the next section is on the go stick packets. Does that appear to be the products that are available at that time for this channel of distribution?
Do you have a date on that?
Yes, December 30th, 2016. It's in the very bottom little corner. Title.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm not positive that it seems to be accurate.
And again, if we look at the detail on here under the on-the-go stick packets, We have Celsius Flow Fusion Orange single packet, and it has its own UPC, correct? So if you look at the second page of this exhibit, can you see what Flo is wearing on his hat? On the front, it just says Celsius, right?
Correct.
No particular product, just Celsius, and on the side of it, it says Flo Rida with his logo. You see that?
Yep.
And then what about his shirt? What logo does he have on his shirt?
Celsius.
And there's no product, no Flow Fusion, no nothing. It just says Celsius and Flo Rida, right?
Yep.
And Flo was involved in marketing heat, wasn't he?
Yeah. I think he marketed all our,
So I could try to had a meet and greet with someone from 7-Eleven?
I believe it was at the NACS convention in Vegas, but I'm not positive.
Were you there at that time?
I was at the trade, I was there, but I wasn't at the meet and greet.
And did you hear or have any follow-up from anybody at Celsius reporting back on conversations or discussions that were had with 7-Eleven about Celsius products having a national account with them?
I don't, having to do with just getting into the plan agreement 7-Eleven, is that what you're referring to? I don't recall the timing and sequencing of when that occurred. If it happened, I think there was conversations that were predating Flo, and that was just something, we were trying to meet with. I don't know all the specifics. I'm pretty confident that we were already speaking with people at 7-Eleven prior to the Flo meeting, the executive there.
Do you know who that executive was?
Yeah.
And do you know who else from Celsius was there participating with Flo and meeting with these 7-Eleven executives?
I'm not positive it was there.
All right, I see under, the fourth one, it says 100% increase in sales YOY. Is that year over year?
Yes.
And year over year means if I compare 2017 to 2016, is that right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's an example.
Right, this is 2017. So 100% increase in sales year over year would mean that in 2017, the sales had doubled from 2016, is that correct?
It depends on when the data was pulled, but as an example, that's what I was saying. If you showed me full year data for 2017 and 2016 and you said 100% increase, that's what it would mean. But if this was pulled on July 30th, it would be based on the previous 12 months.
Okay.
Versus 12 months prior.
And 100% increase is doubling.
Correct.
So in the next one it says 76% powder sales year over year increase. So the little same diagram with the arrow going up, that means that whether it's like you said, a moving 12-month period or if it was an entire calendar year period, we don't know. But whatever statistics Celsius was looking at the time that they made this November 2017 presentation, they calculated that there was a 76% increase in powder sales year over year. Is that correct?
Correct.
If you could look, where do you get your definition of co-branded from? Have you ever been involved with a co-branded product?
That was this one.
Which one?
Flow
Rolling
Fusion.
heat in your camera.
Flow Fusion.
Okay.
The one that has his name on it.
The flow part.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what else? What other co-branded products have you been involved with?
That's it.
So in your entire career, you had one co-branded product?
That's good for me.
And is that your entire experience with co-branding?
Yeah.
We have one more video. It is the last one. It's also relatively short. The plaintiff calls John Fieldley by definition.
John Fieldley?
Yes, sir.
give me your full name and your address, your business address.
John Fieldley, 2424 North Federal, Suite 208, Boca Raton, 33131.
And what business is at that address?
Celsius Holdings.
Celsius, a public company?
Yes.
It trades on the NASDAQ since 2017.
Yes.
How long have you been employed by Celsius?
11 years.
And your current title is CEO?
Yep.
Revenue numbers are available on the public filings year to year, correct?
Yes.
And as far as you know, all of those numbers that were reported were accurate?
Yes.
And there's a requirement not only by law, but also for investors that when you make publications and you make statements to investors that they be accurate to the best of your knowledge, correct?
Correct.
And you also as CFO and I believe as CEO and I believe as CFO had to certify and sign those filings for their accuracy, correct?
Yep.
And you received stock transfers as compensation in connection with your employment through both stock incentive plans as well as issuance of common stock as part of your compensation while you worked at Celsius.
Your Honor,
Yes.
objection. Your Honor, we have
These are agreed video depositions.
Great. Is that the last part of that?
We did. Is that the last?
Is that the only question there? Come on up. We'll figure it out. All right, hang on one second. Wait, hang on. Wait till the court reporter sits back up. You all set?
Yes.
Okay, you can go ahead and continue.
Yes, thank you.
So there's public information with respect to the amount of shares that you were given as common stock, right?
Yes.
You mentioned restricted shares. Did you own restricted shares at any point in time?
I only own restricted shares.
What is a restricted share?
You're limited on your ability to sell.
What kind of limitation?
You're a control member. There's a lot of rules associated with a control member. Public information, you can look it up.
Is it your testimony that you removed? Why did you remove the Flo Fusion from the branding, from the packaging?
The product was not selling.
Is that what you represented to anyone on the Flo's team or D3M?
Dated goal conversations.
And what did you represent to him about the reason why Flo Fusion was being removed from the packaging?
We received, I think at that point, it didn't sell. I mean, we actually had to write a bunch off at the end. I mean, the product has I think it's like a 2-year shelf life. So.
And your testimony is that you had to write off Flo Fusion stick packs at the end?
We did write off Flo Fusion stick packs at the end.
Isn't it true that your sales records don't differentiate between packages that had Flo Fusion berry as opposed to just berry?
We did that strategically to give the co-branded product immediate distribution for success. So what you have to do if you change and create a new SKU, you have to resell it in, and in many cases pay slotting fees. So what we did is we did a packaging refresh, rebranding of the sticks with the Flo Fusion co-branded product to try to see if we could get it. So it wasn't, we didn't delist and then relist if that's what you're asking for.
And again, when you remove Flo Fusion from the packaging, you didn't delist and relist, you just changed the packaging.
Rebranded it, correct.
So you had no difference in the SKU numbers, right?
Yep,
No difference in the UPC codes, right?
correct.
And in fact, the formula and the ingredients all stayed the same as well.
Correct.
So even though you had, as a company, made the decision to change the packaging on the on-the-go sticks to remove Flo Fusion, you still were continuing to sell Flo Fusion until you either ran out of shelf life or ran out of product, right?
I believe so.
Okay, generally during the 2014, 2015, 2016 timeframe, were your gross profit margin pretty consistent across all your product lines?
Yes, historically we've had a little bit higher profit margin with powdered products. So the Flo Fusion tubs were more profitable and the powder sticks were more profitable than the RTDs, which we call ready-to-drink beverages.
Do you ever compute, or have you ever seen it computed, the gross profit margin for one stick of powder?
One stick, probably on a cost of goods basis, on a gross profit margin, I believe we do. There is some on our price list. There might be a line item there on a per stick basis for independent retailers.
I'm going to mark this as Exhibit 2. And does this appear to be a Celsius product specifications and pricing sheet for distributors?
For distributors, yes.
And I would move down to the next zone, which is the item packets. And we have the Celsius Flo Fusion Orange and Celsius Flo Fusion Berry in both the packets and the box.
Yep.
So isn't it correct that as of December of 2014, Celsius had available both in the singles and the boxes for sale to distributors of the on-the-go sticks?
Yes.
And if you look across for the MSRP for a single packet, it's listed as $1.43, is that correct?
Yes.
And then we have the MAP pricing of $1, which if I understood your testimony, any retailer could not sell an individual stick to a customer below $1 per this guide. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then we also see a UPC code. There's a UPC code for both each individual stick packet as well as the box of 14. Is that correct?
Yes.
There's, if I'm correct, other than the Flo Fusion powdered product, there's no product listed on your price sheet to your distributors for any other powdered products other than a Flo Fusion powdered product. Is that correct?
Yes.
If a benchmark had been reached under this agreement, under your view, then at that point in time, the company would have to complete paperwork in order to then issue stocks. Part of the paperwork would be to enter into this attached agreement here called a stock transfer agreement, correct?
Yes.
And that required the company to issue and then transfer the various stocks to the recipient. Is that correct?
Correct.
So this is a blow-up of one of your promo calendars, and it appears it says Customer Vitamin Shop.
Yes.
So this particular one was for Vitamin Shop in December of 2015.
Yeah.
Now if I move to the top row again and I say we're going to go to February. So where it says, the February promo where it says 10 cents off sticks, is that correct? That's 10 cents off each individual stick when it's being sold?
It looks like that's what that is, yes.
Okay. And then if I move down February and I see 30 cents off singles, when you see singles, is that referring to the ready to drink?
That is.
Okay. And then I'm going to move over now to April. And same thing in the May column where it says 20 cents off single sticks. That's the deduction or the, promo for each sale of a single stick, correct?
Presumably, yes.
And this is this type of calendar with these types of promos. This was a common practice during the time that you can recall that you were CFO at Celsius.
Yeah.
622. You know who Vanessa Walker is?
Yeah.
She was the executive vice president of marketing for Celsius, right?
Yeah.
And she says this billboard is the biggest interstate in Georgia, I-85, coming out the downtown area.
That's great.
It says this is the latest in the series of billboards plus the ad. We took out the ad, attaching it again, and are creating posters for all our distributors' warehouses around the U.S. That's over 100. These will sit in frames in the sales rooms for their entire staff to see. And if you look at the two pictures, you see Proven was one of the taglines for the Celsius branding campaign that ran in 2017, isn't it?
For the heat program, the heat product, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, for heat.
And that's on this third page of the exhibit, that is Flo Rida's face and logo, correct?
That's when he came out to our, he did a cool event with us at Tough Mudder, yes.
And if you look at the next page, we have Flo Rida's image wearing Celsius hat and heat, and also, first of all, is that correct?
Yeah, this is at our event at Tough Mudder, yeah. We ran this in probably Bedman, I think.
Mm-hmm. And so Tough Mudder, Flo Rida appeared at that also, correct, on behalf of Celsius?
Correct.
And he participated, didn't he?
Yeah.
And then so if I'm looking at this, and I want to see the total revenue for the year, this is page 27.
Mm-hmm.
Just to compare kind of the year-over-year financials in one place, I want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. If I look at revenue, the revenue line, which is, 5 or 6 lines down from the top, and it says for 2013, and then it says actual. So is this correct that the revenues in 2013 were $10.6 million?
Correct.
And then if I look at 2014, it went up, the revenues were 14.6 million.
Yes.
And that's an increase, and I'm trying to understand which percentage goes with which. So the percentage to the left of the 14, is that the growth between 13 and 14?
Yes.
So that was a 38% increase.
Yes.
And then 2015 revenues went up to 17.2 million, is that correct?
Yes.
And so it's your testimony that Tim Leisner introduced Russell and Kimora Simmons to the Celsius Group?
Tim Leisner introduced. I believe Russell introduced us to Tim Leisner. I think that's how it went.
Okay. And how did Russell get introduced to Celsius?
It was through, I believe, well, he was drinking it from Equinox when he was working out there. That's where he first found us. And then I think it was through some of those video programs that you referenced with Johnny Nunez that has had a connection with the company. And then Tim Leisner got involved. I think he said something to Tim Leisner, and Tim Leisner got interested.
Do you have any knowledge as to whether D3M or Flo Rida had any interaction or impact with respect to Russell and Kimora Simmons' investment in Celsius?
I know David was involved because had some involvement in communication through Johnny Nunez, but I'm not aware of Flo Rida having any involvement.
And what was your understanding of the involvement of David Gold and D3M with respect to Johnny Nunez?
David Gold, D3M, Johnny Nunez. David brokered we did a deal with Johnny Nunez, so he was the representative to do those video things with Johnny Nunez.
Okay, so D3M brought you Johnny Nunez?
Correct.
And then the relationship with Johnny Nunez led you to the Russell Simmons relationship?
I believe so.
So this is September of 2017, another press release. And at this point in time, you're now, according to this, it says NASDAQ as being right after the date. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And this is referencing a Mr. Olympia Fitness and Performance Expo from September 14 to 17 in Las Vegas, right?
Yes.
And Flo Rida was involved and appeared for that event.
Yeah, that was awesome.
And again, things that you put in your public release as an SEC public company needs to be accurate and complete.
Yes.
All right. So as far as you're concerned, is there anything in this, what do you call it, media release, press release, that the company was putting out there that was not accurate?
I believe so.
And it says, in addition, you will be the face behind Celsius Heat's new Proven ad campaign, which will also make its debut at the event. And that's the billboard that we saw was the Proven ad campaign, right?
Yeah.
Then it says the rapping sensation puts a premium on health and fitness and says that he is 100% behind the new Celsius Heat drink because it fuels his grueling concerts, tours, and workouts. His songs top the charts at gyms across the country, and he personifies the brand. That's how you guys felt about Flo back in September of 2017, isn't it?
We wanted to really blow it up with Heat, yes. That we wanted to really focus on Heat and build. I think they were trying to build a whole campaign around Flo Rida and his image and workout. And she did a good. Vanessa and the whole marketing team did a good job of that Proving campaign, getting it all together.
This is a January 16. This is 10 days later. Press release. More specific to Heat. And it says that you're extending the product line with 2 new flavors. Is that correct?
Correct.
And again, you're quoted in this particular press release. And it says 2017 was an unprecedented year of growth for our business, thanks in part to a credible launch of our Celsius Heat. Celsius Heat generated more than $2 million in retail sales in just 9 months, which is astounding, considering that few new products come close to that in year 1 through 3. right? That was your quote?
Yeah.
And again, everything that you put in this press release, to the best of your knowledge, is true and accurate?
To the best of my knowledge.
Have you seen anything in writing that would modify the terms or change the terms of this 2014 agreement in order to allow for the discontinuation of the sale of Flo Fusion?
No.
All right, is this a good time to take a 10-minute break? We have seen 3 videos, so let's take a 10-minute break. We'll come back, we'll continue.
Declaración del testimonio de Shaggy in this case will be that you will hold to and not about the truth.
Yes.
You may be seated. And this is the full name spelled first and last for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Tramar Dillard. First name spelled T-R-A-M-A-R. Last name spelled D-I-L-L-A-R-D.
You may inquire.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dillard. You've heard during the trial here, we've been talking about you being professionally known. Can you explain what that means?
Yes, I'm an artist, international artist. I've sold over 100 million records worldwide. I have a Diamond Award, which a lot of artists don't have. I'm fortunate to have. I'm a guy who loves fitness, so I'm well known for my fitness around the world since day one of my career. I've done the likes of WrestleMania. I've performed at events for Super Bowl. I've done the NBA. I've done the NFL. I've done things with Gold's Gym, and I perform around the world internationally.
And with all that performance, are you a little bit nervous here today?
I mean, yes, this is different than me being on stage.
I bet. And all of those performances, you were known as Flo Rida, is that
Yes.
correct? I'm going to do my best to call you Mr. Dillard, but I might, a couple of times call you Flo, right?
That's cool.
All right, so how long have you been in the music business?
I've been in the music business 16 years now.
Where are you from?
I'm from Miami, Florida. I'm from Carroll City.
Did you go to high school there?
Yes, I went to Miami Carroll City Senior High School.
And what is Strong Arm Productions USA, Inc.?
Strong Arm Productions USA Inc. is my management company.
And does that operate out of Miami as well?
Yes, it operates out of Miami.
What does that company do for you?
The company controls my day-to-day management.
And do you also represent other artists and work with other artists in conjunction with your music?
Yes, I've worked with a lot of artists.
And have you, in your experience by working with other artists, propelled them into fame and success in the music business?
Yes, I have. The likes of, I worked with Lady Gaga, like one of her first records. I worked with David Guetta on one of his first records. I worked with Kesha on one of her first records, and all of those artists have been successful with my likeness, being a part of their very first records worldwide.
And according to the official Billboard charts, we all heard of Billboard, you've had a number of top 10 hits, right?
Yes, I had multiple top 10 hits. One of the records in particular was Low, which made history. It was in the Guinness Book of World Records for the most selling records, as well as Right Round, which is a record featuring Kesha, where it made the Guinness Book of World Records while selling the most singles in the first week ever.
And that was all before 2014, right?
Yes, prior to 2014.
And after 2014, you also had a song known as My House, right?
Yes, a record.
Tell me about My House.
Oh yeah, My House was a record that I recorded, and that record right there was a global phenomenon. It was used in Super Bowl commercials, as well as that's one of the songs that I actually promoted the product that I love, which is Celsius, and the product, in the video, and that record right there made history as well.
Let's play a quick clip of that. I think we got like an 8-second, 10-second clip around.
And you know where I live. Yeah, you know what we did. Sometimes you gotta stay. Welcome to
Is that My House?
Yeah, I'm comfortable. I'll sing. I can perform better than I can talk.
All right, and then you also mentioned Low. Can you go ahead and just put a 10, 15-second clip of that, whatever you have there? And then I think you also mentioned Right Round, and that you said had an international impact to it.
Yes, this record, it featured Kesha, and it had a bit of nostalgia in it, so I'm pretty sure just about everybody will know this record.
Okay, let's hear a couple of seconds of that.
Oh.
When you go down, People to see time is
And then I understand in 2015, you have good feeling?
Yes.
That's something that, was that already out before your arrangement with Celsius, or was that afterwards?
I think that was, it might have been before.
Okay, let's hear a couple seconds of that one. Some impact also on some of the fitness community going down for real.
Yes.
What was that impact in the fitness community?
Well, Good Feeling also had a very huge worldwide impact on the fitness community. And going down for real, it did as well. I had some NBA stars in the video. We wore like different jerseys and different things like that. It showed, you know, my athleticism as far as me playing basketball and things like to that nature.
All right, let's hear a couple of seconds of that one. And then during, I believe during your arrangement with Celsius, you already had additional albums that you input your Celsius product into, right? For example, like Ola.
Yes.
How did Ola integrate the Celsius product?
On Ola, a guy by the name of Maluma, he's an international artist as well. And as far as integrating the product and the video, I thought it would be amazing to show the lifestyle in which, you know, day to day, you know, people were drinking. And this was Celsius Heat. And going back to going down for real as well, that record, you know, one of the Miami Heat players were in there. So as far as, you know, me showing my likeness and making it make sense to have a Heat product, you know, I made sure that we had the Heat players in that video. But as far as the record with Maluma, this will be a way for me to get, as far as me being an international artist and me being in the area such as shooting this video out in Colombia, I would then expose myself to the Colombian audience where Celsius will get a chance to be exposed as well, and it will be organic.
And then lastly, you also integrated a Celsius product into your Greenlight video and Greenlight song, right?
Yes.
And tell me about that.
Yes. This was a video where I shot with my boy Pitbull, who's also an international artist. And I also got a chance to do NASCAR. And then in this video, me and Pitbull was to race. So you guys will see later, I did one of the NASCAR drivers by the name of, what was his name? Blake. His name was Blake. He's a NASCAR driver.
Blake Cook?
Yeah, Blake Cook. Yeah. Thank you. And I wore a uniform that had all the Celsius products on there. And I thought in shooting this video with Pitbull, which was called Greenlight, if we were going to be racing, then I need to throw this outfit back on. So you'll see in the video when I'm promoting Celsius by wearing this logoed out racing suit.
Okay, and then the other song that I would like to play a couple of seconds of is the song Whistle.
So first, you remember, we kind of let this go because Flo at this point.
Overruled.
That song was also one of the top 10 hits, right?
Yes, this was a top 10 hit as well. We actually shot this video in Mexico, and that showed people how fit I was because I had my shirt off. I stood on the mountain like I was the champ. So, you know, having that look, you know, a lot of people pushed me about my likeness and, you know, want to do certain things because they seen at that point how fit I was.
So can you just back up off the mic a little bit? I know you're used to being on really good, high quality mics.
I want y'all to feel me.
Yes. Up here, we're gonna need to just step back just a
Yes.
little. Thank you, that's perfect. Okay, so let's move on to some other things. I think we talked a little bit about your success as a musician. Why did you decide to branch out into an endorsement or a branding type opportunity?
As far as taking advantage of a branding opportunity, you know, I was inspired, you know, by one of the great hip hop artists, 50 Cent. You know, I seen what he had done with, if you guys are familiar with vitamin water. So I thought it would be something that, you know, also would help me catapult into broaden my horizons by taking advantage of endorsing a product. You know, 50 Cent was fit, I'm fit, and, you know, in approaching anything that represent my lifestyle, which is health. I truly believe that health is wealth and health has purpose. You know, I thought I would, you know, want to do some endorsing, but it would have to fall between the lines of something that represented me, my lifestyle, and what I believed in.
And was what you had in mind similar to what 50 Cent did, which was have an equity, a long-term stake in the success of an overall product?
Most definitely. You know, I seen that 50, you know, he had equity, royalties, and things of that nature. And I wanted to maximize my career as well.
What do you mean by equity?
Ongoing revenue, you know, something that was generational wealth,
And that would include stock shares, for example?
as well as stock shares.
How did you get introduced to the Celsius product?
I got introduced to the Celsius product. I was out in LA doing a fitness video, and a guy that I've done a couple other deals with alongside of one of my day-to-day guys were telling me about this product called Celsius and that it was an energy drink. And while I'm out there in LA, they came out there, and this might have lasted over a week. They told me, like, prior to me being out there, but it had been like a week. You know, they were telling me, you need to try this, you know, you need to try this. But I was so focused on completing this fitness DVD, and I was just happy with the results that I was getting by training hard every day. And on the last day of me training, they brought the product in the gym. I tasted it, and I was like, I think I could do something with this. Because as I said before, you know, like a lot of things that I touched for the first time and that I was passionate about, you know, I made very successful. And in taking on this product, you know, once again, reflecting off of what 50 Cent did with vitamin water, I wanted something that was parallel to my lifestyle. And I envisioned that this product Celsius could be, you know, phenomenal as myself, you know, and that's basically why I took on this product.
Who did you meet with from Celsius to try to work on a deal?
I met with D3M.
And did you meet with someone from actually Celsius, the company?
Yes, Jerry David.
And who was Jerry David?
Jerry David, I mean, very likable gentleman. You know, he seemed like he definitely represented family because, you know, me and him would have talks about, you know, Christianity, and that was one big thing in me wanting to work with him because, you know, he seemed very trustworthy.
Was he kind of the top dog at the company?
Yeah, the CEO of the company.
And did the deal that was proposed by you have both what you were looking for, the upfront money, as well as long-term shares and equity in the growth of the company?
Yes, this deal represented generational wealth. The fact that it had equity, that it had stock, that it had royalties, and that it had upfront money that would show, you know, that they were interested in working with me.
Why was it important to you to have a long-term equity position in the company as well, and the potential to even increase that as the deal ultimately worked out?
Oh, because at this point I was very smart in understanding business from a point where, you know, I missed out on the deal that I wanted that was with Uber. You know, early on they had offered me like rides and different things like that, and I'm a guy who has a lot of flashy cars, so I didn't really pay attention to it. not knowing that since it was they were early in the game, I could have spoke to them about having some equity and seeing the results of the success they have today. I mean, at the point where I got a chance to do a deal with Celsius, I was like, I'm going to need some equity, I'm going to need some royalties, I'm going to need some stock, and I'm going to need some upfront money to secure, my future.
So all those aspects were important in which you intended to be part of the deal going forward.
Yes.
And you had also concluded, well, let me ask you, why was Celsius a good match for your lifestyle, your brand, your routines?
Celsius was a good match for my brand because of the fact that it represented healthy lifestyle. Myself, I'm a guy who loves fitness. Like I said before, I believe that health is wealth. It's very important. You can't obtain certain things if you don't have your health. So I thought it would be a perfect match for myself.
So after the 2014 agreement was in place, what did you do to start promoting to brand Celsius?
As far as branding Celsius, I basically took it to every one of my shows. I took it to just about, I went to Miami Heat games where I would pull up in my Hummer and I would give out Celsius to, people either going to the game or leaving the game. I took this out the country with me. As far as traveling, I made sure that my community, I have a youth football league with over 10,000 kids. So I exposed this to family and friends and basically, brought my community into this.
Let's pull up PL 49, which is already in evidence. And you also announced to the world that you had joined the Celsius team, right? And this by virtue of this Instagram?
Yes.
And tell me about your social media following. So your Instagram, Facebook, at that time Twitter was pretty popular too. Tell me about what kind of following you have.
Oh, major following. From Twitter with 5 million followers, over Facebook 16 million followers, etc. And I knew that with me using my likeness to promote Celsius, I knew this would be perfect in a way of branding.
So on this particular social media post, it basically shows, it says it's official, Flo Rida joins Team Celsius. What did it mean to you when it's referred to as team?
Oh, just like, with me approaching my record, doing my very first record deal, I signed to an independent label by the name of Po' Boy Records prior to me being distributed by Atlantic Records. And one thing about it, when you call someone team, for me it represents family. So when you see team on here, I believe that it was a family that would win together.
Did you say that would do what together?
Win together.
Thank you. Okay, so let's put up 245. Did you begin right away starting to prepare photographs and marketing and advertising for the various Celsius products?
Yes, at the very beginning.
So let's look at one of these first ones here that I've got here. This is also in evidence 245. And can you describe to me what this is?
Oh yes, this is me promoting Celsius. I had just finished doing completing my fitness DVD, and this is one of the pictures right here.
And up in the right-hand corner of that document, what is that?
Oh, that's Flo Rida.
Is that your logo?
That's my logo.
Okay. And which of the Celsius products are specifically depicted here?
Oh, the ready to drink product.
If you go to the second page, please, Andrew. And this is a 2-page document. Were these various flavors that the ready-to-drink was available to customers?
Yes, these were all available to customers, all of these ready-to-drink products.
And at the bottom of the document, there's 3 columns, and it provides some information. Is there information provided about a single 12-ounce can?
Yes.
A case 12-ounce cans?
Yes.
And as well as a pallet, correct?
Yes.
Let's move to Exhibit 256. 256. That was 245. So I'm sorry then. Thank you. So now we're looking at 256. Can you describe this?
Oh yes, this is me holding the Flo Fusion sticks.
And so, and this again is your logo in the top right?
Yes, my logo's in the top right.
And this was prepared similarly in order to market and sell to the customers your Flo Fusion powder.
Correct.
Sustained.
I
I'm going to rephrase.
What was this prepared for?
Oh yeah, this was prepared for me to promote the Flo Fusion product.
And if you look at the bottom sections, there's 2 flavors. Can you read to me what those 2 flavors are that are available?
The orange and the berry.
And the first column to the right after it shows the 2 flavors, what is the column heading?
Single packet.
And does it provide a UPC? What is provided next to the words UPC to the right of that?
QR numbers.
And does this document reflect a specific UPC for both the single packets as well as the boxes and the cases?
Yes, it does.
I'd like to offer an evidence exhibit 256.
Is there an objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, exhibit 256 is an evidence.
Okay, let's move on to a couple of questions about these documents. These products, and looking at them, what is your understanding of what is meant by the term co-branded?
Oh, co-branding, using my likeness to help me promote products, such as, Celsius, the Flo Fusion, and any product going forth that was Celsius.
And you heard Ms. Placencia say that co-branding is when you have 2 brands and you put them together. Is that what happened here in this case?
Yes.
And that happened with respect to the ready drink as well as the Flo Fusion?
Correct.
What products did that happen with?
Oh yeah, that happened with the Celsius overall, Celsius Heat, and the Flo Fusion.
What about ready to drink? Would you include
Yes.
all the ready to drink?
When I say Celsius, I meant ready to drink.
What is required about your actual name to go on packaging in order to go brand? Is there such a requirement?
That if my brand goes on the product, it has to represent my lifestyle.
And that's what makes co-branding to you?
Yes.
It's not what's on the packaging itself?
No.
All right, so looking at all these products, which of these products do you consider to be co-branded?
I consider all the products to be co-branded.
All right, now during 2014, you did some heavy marketing for Celsius products, the co-branded as you've described, right?
Yes.
So let's look at Defendant 245. And it'll be the 3rd page of the exhibit. This is also in evidence. Can you describe for me what is depicted on this Celsius marketing? Are you
It's showing all the Flo Fusion and prep.
Sorry, this page.
I'm sorry, what exhibit was that again?
It's Defendant 245. It should say Flo Fusion marketing.
All right, this is exhibit 245. Is it plaintiff or defense exhibit?
Defense.
Defense exhibit 245, so it's in evidence, correct? All right, they can show it. Objections overruled.
Mr. Dillard, what items, what specific marketing is reflected on the 3rd page of this exhibit 245?
It's depicted as me at NASCAR with Blake Cook, me in GNC. Yes.
What do you recall about Pandora ads relating to both Celsius Ready to Drink, Celsius generally, and Flo Fusion?
Oh yeah, I recall doing.
Overall.
I recall doing, ads for Celsius and promoting the product. The fact that, my music is played all over Pandora, it made it very easy for me to, use my likeness to promote Celsius.
Okay, let's flip forward to the page that says Flo Rida social media. And we're just going to go over a few examples to save time, because if we go through all of this, it would be way too time consuming. But this is, I'd like to focus on this particular page. What type of social media account did Celsius document with respect to up to the end of October of 2014, which is shown on this document?
Excuse me, can you repeat?
Yeah, what did Celsius document as far as the number of posts that you made up to the end of October?
I don't recall them documenting anything.
If you look at there, there's a count on there, yeah.
Oh yeah, it says 18 posts to the end of October 27, reaching 27 million on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter.
What does that mean when you say 20, when it says 20, reaching 27 million? What is that a reach in
Oh yeah,
social media?
that's having an impact on 27 million people.
All right, and let's go to the next page. This at the top says Celsius ready to drink. What did Celsius document about the 6 posts and the reach?
13 million people reached.
If you go to the next page and we talk Celsius Flow Fusion, what did Celsius document about the 12 posts up to that time frame?
14 million people reached.
During this time up to October 2014, you also did interviews, correct?
Yes.
Overall.
If you would go to a few more pages in, what is reflected as far as an interview that you did in June of 2014?
Oh yes, this was doing an interview with Mike and Mike. Yeah, this is doing the NBA Finals.
What network was that on?
ESPN.
So we could go on and on, but in the interest of time, I'm going to move on to the next entry. Okay, so let's look at PL 188. Do you recognize this tweet?
Yes, this is me performing in Miami Beach.
And what do you mention about Celsius in this?
That I drink it every time before I go out and perform my shows.
Was that your course in practice?
Yes, up to this day, it's on my rider. If you guys are not familiar with a rider is, it's things that I ask for in particular to have inside my dressing room every time that I perform. So Celsius is always there.
So I'd like to offer 188 in evidence, please.
Any objection?
No objection,
All right. This is Plaintiff Exhibit 188, correct?
Yes, it is, sir. Thank you.
All right. That is in evidence.
Okay, let's look at Exhibit 220, PL 223. Do you recognize this tweet?
Yes, this is Russell Simmons and Kamora Lee.
Why did you?
Simmons.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is Russell Simmons and Kamora Lee Simmons, and this is congratulating Russell Simmons on joining the Celsius family. I initially met Russell, as you heard earlier, at a Revolt conference, and aside from that, I had a big yacht across the street from the hotel, and the likes of Russell Simmons was there, as well as one of the guys from Pepsi were on the boat. And initially, the first words that Russell said to me, I thought I was going to hear him say something about music, him being a guy that was one of the biggest guys, moguls in music, to the point where he's helped start hip-hop with so many different people. And
hang on. Hang on a second. Any response?
I literally just was asking about this, but I think he's talking about what Russell Simmons and him discussed.
Right. And on that yacht.
Hang on. Sustain the objection unless
Okay.
is this for?
Ask it a different way.
Okay.
Okay. So you had this yacht party. We're going to continue to talk about that. Did you discuss with just the general topic of Celsius with Russell Simmons?
Yes, he initially said,
Not yet. What did you say to Russell Simmons?
I said nothing to Russell. The first thing Russell said to me was,
Unfortunately, because Russell's not here, we can't put that in, but I can put in what you said to Russell. What did you discuss with him? Did you discuss Celsius?
oh yes, I discussed Celsius with Russell.
What did you talk about with Russell, about Celsius?
I talked to him about it being a product that represented my lifestyle and both of our lifestyles, which was healthy.
And why did you welcome him to the family in this tweet a few months later?
Oh, I welcomed him to the family because they actually, he got Kamora's husband to put money into the company.
And who's Kimora again?
That's his ex-wife.
And do you know whether or not Mr. Russell put money into the company?
From my knowledge, his Kamora's husband put money into the company.
All right, and when you were on this yacht also, was Mr. David there from Celsius?
Yes.
What kind of, with respect to what you did with Celsius, were you drinking Celsius? Were you talking Celsius on the yacht?
Yes, everyone. When you get on the boat, it had a backdrop that had Celsius on the backdrop, so different people would take pictures, and it had Celsius on the backdrop.
I'd like to offer 223 in evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, and this is Plaintiff Exhibit 223, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, that's in evidence?
Okay, let's go to PL 58, please. Can you tell me what is depicted on PL 58?
Yes, this is me with Jerry David, Roxy Diaz, and a couple of more people, and this is a night out in LA.
And this references All Deaf Comedy Live. Did that anything to do with Russell Simmons?
Yes, this was an invite from Russell Simmons, and I went out there and we were promoting the Celsius product.
All right, again, I promise I'm not going to do too many of these, so let's go to PL 18, which is still a 2015. And by the way, PL 58 was already in evidence. All right, so let's talk briefly about you and Mr. Schwarzenegger here. What's going on with this social media post?
Oh man, you know, Mr. Schwarzenegger is an icon in fitness, and I'm actually taking the picture with him, helping promote Celsius. You see me with the Celsius hat on, and we're at a Gold's Gym event where they're celebrating the 50th anniversary with Arnold Schwarzenegger.
All right, and so let's talk just a couple minutes about the My House video. How did you come to incorporate the Celsius product into your music video?
Well, I thought that, you know, this video and song represented my house, so I wanted to interpret, you know, to the fans around the world, worldwide, that in my house you're going to find everything, and one thing in particular, you're going to get a chance to understand, you know, why I'm so healthy, and you know what type of things happens in my house, and one thing in particular, which nobody actually told me to do. I fought for this myself. I was just like, I told my director that we need to make a space for Celsius to get promoted, because I knew this record was going to be a huge record, and like I thought, you know, this has hundreds of millions of views.
Do you know now how many views it's had?
I think it's like maybe 300, 400, 500 million views.
What kind of exposure did that video get and the song get in the various arenas that involve fitness?
Oh man.
Speculation.
If you know.
Oh yes.
All right, objections overruled.
Oh yeah. NBA games, football games, WrestleMania, all of the gyms, you know, from Gold's Gym to you name it, you know, everyone basically works out to my music, so it gained tremendous exposure.
Okay, and let's talk about the NACS. Did you attend the NACS conference to promote Celsius?
Yes, I did.
And what is the NACS? Oh, let's put up PL 60 while we talk about this. What is the NACS?
It's the NACS where, different convenience stores come in. This was the event where I signed autographs, took pictures with everyone, and, me being, an international superstar, a lot of people from the event were coming over and, trying to discuss different other things for me to get in with them as far as like businesses and things like that.
What opportunity did this give you to talk to retailers directly about Celsius and your belief in the Celsius product?
Oh, this gave me an opportunity to speak to one in particular, and it was 7-Eleven, and I got a chance to just let them see what my lifestyle was about, what this product, meant to me, and in particular, I actually did a show where I performed for 7-Eleven, and that, like was stated earlier, and they loved the performance so much that they wanted to put Celsius inside.
And you did many other promotions in 2015 and 2016 for Celsius, right?
Yes.
How many other promotions did you do for Celsius in 2015 and 2016? Can you even count?
No, I can't count.
All right. Let's talk just briefly about promotions you did at gyms, like particular gyms. Can you recall some of the gyms that you did promotions at?
Yes, I did Gold's Gym. I did UFit, and it was different ones.
And what is this exhibit PL224 that we put up?
This is me at a gym called UFit, and I was taking pictures with the people that came in and worked out, and they were getting a chance to experience the Celsius product.
And what opportunity do these visits to the gym allow you to talk about Celsius and your belief in the product?
Or allow me to, tell everyone, that Celsius was a great product. It represented me and it was parallel to my healthy lifestyle.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer a PL224 in evidence, please.
No, nothing else.
All right, do you have an exhibit number for that?
PL224.
Yeah, I need an exhibit number though for, I'm sorry, this is plaintiff, okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, plaintiff.
That's okay.
All righty. Gotcha, okay. All right, that's an evidence?
All right, so if we could go to PL64. So let's talk about, now we're getting to the beginning of 2016. Do you recall that there were some discussions about extending the relationship between yourself and Celsius?
Yes.
Okay, so let's look at this particular press release, and let's start with blowing up the title of this document. Can you read what the title of this press release is?
Yes, it says Celsius renews partnership with multi-platinum recording artist Flo Rida.
Do you agree with that description that your partnership with Celsius was renewed?
Yes.
And in the beginning of the second paragraph, can you highlight that paragraph or blow up that paragraph? Can you read the first sentence of that paragraph, please, out loud?
Yes. This continues Celsius' highly successful worldwide licensing and endorsement agreement with Flo Rida, which began in March of 2014.
Do you agree with that description?
Yes.
What was your intention when you entered into the 2016 agreement about your relationship and contracts with Celsius?
That, I would do my part in, promoting this product worldwide and making sure that, I planted the correct seed for it to be for it to be successful, and I expected Celsius to do their part, which didn't happen.
What was your intention about extending the agreement?
My intentions was to, continue to have royalties, equity, and stock.
And what was your intention with respect to the benchmarks that were in the 2014 agreement? Did you expect those to be extended?
Oh, I expected to have, like I said, the royalties, the stock and equity.
The ones from the 2014 agreement to carry forward?
Yes. Yes.
Are you referencing the ones?
Yes.
Hang on, objection sustained, rephrase. I think she's rephrasing before I rule, but that's
I'm
fine.
sorry.
So just so the record's clear, I sustained the objection. You've now rephrased your question. You can answer.
Yes. What was your intention about whether or not those benchmarks that we talked about, the 250,000 shares and the 1 million in co-graded revenue, about extending those into the future?
Oh yeah, to have them to be extended.
All right, so let's talk about what, during that time of the negotiations, what, was there other offers that were being made to you, competing offers from other companies?
Yes, I had offers, out in, I think it was out in, it might have been Asia. I had offers from different brands at that time.
And what did you do with respect to those offers?
With respect, a lot of them didn't represent a healthy lifestyle. So I didn't want to tank, what I already started. And the fact that, in doing so, it would just not, I didn't think the optics would be right, for what my fans believed in me.
What did you do in terms of performing and continuing to promote Celsius while the extension was being negotiated?
While the extension was being negotiated, I took this product with me, to Asia. I took this product with me to Dubai. All of my shows, all of my performances, I continue to keep it there.
Can you put up PL 23, please? If you could blow up the card, not first page, first. And then also pull the date also.
And might I say something?
Yeah, let me just
Okay.
do this really quick. You can see on March 29th, 2016, this is referencing that you posted a tweet, and it's got it attached. Can we go ahead and go to the next page now? So is this your tweet posted there?
Yes.
And March 29th, 2016, that would have been right in this time that you were negotiating with Celsius for the extension, right?
Correct.
All right, so let's talk about the promotions that went on now at the end, going into 2016 and now into 2017. Was there a new product that was being launched that you were asked to get involved with branding?
Yes, it was a product called Celsius Heat. This was inspired by the fact that I, growing up in Miami, I have a condo that's right across from the Heat Arena, and I recall just being on the phone with a lady by Vanessa, and we was just fishing around with names, and she came up with, she was like, Heat, this would be a product that represented, people that go to the gym. It would be a bigger product, bigger than the small ready-to-drink one, and that, we would name it Heat. It would be something that get everyone who's extreme workout people to work hard.
Okay, can you put up PL 35? And then go to the second page. Do you recognize what's up there?
Yes, this is a billboard that represents the Celsius Heat product. And in my career, everyone agreed that I was a proven artist, and that, at this point, I was proving that anything I touched would basically be successful.
Okay, and can you go to PL 29, please? And that's 3 pages. Can you scroll through it? Do you recognize the attire you're wearing?
Yes, this is Celsius Heat.
And where were you when this was, when you were promoting Celsius Heat?
I was at a marathon, and this was an event that honored one of the Great Lake sheikhs from Dubai, and one of my friends from Dubai, who actually is one of his father and him is like one of the forefathers fathers who helped build Dubai, and I was at that event promoting Celsius Heat.
Did you have an opportunity to speak to individuals from the Dubai area regarding Celsius Heat?
Yes, I did. I got a chance to actually go on stage and perform my record, My House.
And did you do it with your Celsius
Yes,
attire?
that's the tie I had on.
All right, and then let's, let me see if that's evidence. Okay. Can you go to PL 129? Do you recognize this?
Yes, this is
Blow off the shirt.
Yeah, this is a proven Celsius Heat T-shirt.
What did you do with these shirts?
I took these shirts to my shows and gave them out, as well as I took them to like next to the Heat Arena. You know, the fact that it said Heat after the games. Like I said, I gave out the ready to drink, the Celsius Heat, as well as the ready to drink products, as well as these T-shirts to fans.
And on the bottom, first of all, it's your face, right?
Yes.
And then underneath that, on the left, under the word proven, what is that?
I don't know if it's showing.
Right under the word, right under proven.
Oh, Flo Rida.
And to the right of that, what are the wording?
Celsius Heat.
Do you consider these promotions to be co-branded?
Yes.
All right, and you continue doing promotions into 2018, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's just go to, I'm trying to cut this short. Let's do two. PL 231. Tell me about this one.
Oh yes, that's an interesting day. We actually took my Hummer out there to the Tough Mudder. This is the Tough Mudder event where I promoted Celsius Heat, and I got involved. I worked out and everything like that, and just got a chance to
Is that actually you?
Yeah, that's me. I'm looking at it, yeah.
And this is part of a Facebook post, right?
Yes.
I'd like to offer this in evidence, please. This is PL 231.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, that's in evidence.
And then let's put up PL 225. And what is this?
Oh yeah, this is me. This is a picture of me drinking Celsius.
And is this on your Twitter page?
Yeah, this is on my Twitter page.
What is Transformation Tuesday?
Transformation Tuesday is transforming your body, to with fitness.
And is that a Celsius ready to drink in your hand?
Yes, that's the Celsius ready to drink.
I'd like to offer a PL 225 in evidence, please.
No objection.
All right, 225 is in evidence.
At any point in time, did you ever agree during the contracts that Celsius could remove Flow Fusion from the product packaging?
I never agreed.
Okay, let's talk about royalties for a couple of minutes. What were you accustomed to in the music business with respect to the length of time that royalties would run?
You're under relevancy? What is this customary royalty?
Yeah, I'm going to overrule the objection. I'm going to allow a little bit of leeway here. You
You can answer.
Oh, that royalties were ongoing. They were never ending.
And what was your expectation when you entered into the agreement with Celsius with respect to royalties?
With respect to royalties, this would be, never ending and ongoing royalties.
Is that also what you intended?
Yes.
What happened to your music integrations in your videos that you put in My House and Ola and Greenlight? What happened to those integrations now? What's the current state of them?
You can go on social media, go to the internet, and you'll see, these products still exist in my videos, and their plan continues. I mean, they're going to be playing forever.
Are you aware of a lasting impact for Celsius as Flo's drink?
Most definitely, as well as, there's other big names such as Doja Cat, who calls Celsius Flo's drink. They depict it as Flo's drink in particular.
Has your influence on the Celsius brand been recognized by Celsius board members publicly?
Yes.
Do you know a shark by the name of Kevin Harrington?
Yeah, Kevin Harrington. He actually is one of the guys who talked heavily about me coming in and using my likeness to help Celsius.
All right, is this a board member for Celsius?
Yes, it is.
Objections overruled.
Yeah, Kevin Harrington is a guy who definitely talks about me coming in and using my likeness to help promote Celsius.
Let's shift topics a little bit here. During the contracts, from time to time you would speak to Jerry David, right?
Yes.
What did Jerry David tell you about how the Flo Fusion sales were going?
Oh yeah, that they weren't doing well.
Were you ever provided any data or reports or actual statistics about sales or revenues of Celsius products?
I never was given any data, anything.
Why didn't you ask for any paperwork from Jerry David or from Celsius?
I never asked for any paperwork from Jerry David because I trusted him like family.
Looking back on it now, do you feel misled?
I definitely feel misled
Why?
because I trusted him like family, and just speaking with him, he seemed like a guy that had my best interests.
And what have you learned now that makes you believe that what you were told then wasn't accurate?
The fact that now, as far as my royalties and things of that nature are not being recognized at this point.
Okay, and let's shift topics again because I'm getting close to my end here. You received stock at the beginning of the contract in 2014 up front, right?
Yes.
And then in 2016 you also received some stock, right?
Yes.
And when did you first sell any of your stock?
Well, the first time I sold any of my stock, it was during the pandemic, and this time I got a chance to really check out my business. And as I stated earlier, I was told that the product, wasn't doing well. And when I got a chance to look for myself through my day-to-day guide, I got a chance to see that it was doing well. I mean, that it was actually doing well. And I'm a guy I have 7 sisters. I'm an only boy. I have well over 30 nieces and nephews. We wasn't doing shows at that time. I have my band who expect to get paid. I didn't want to lose that relationship, so I took out some stock, not all of it.
And that was the first time you sold stock was during the pandemic,
Yes.
2020?
Yes, and I didn't intend to sell any of it.
Did you ever sell any of your Celsius stock between 2014 and when you sold it during the pandemic in 2020?
No.
And you still hold Celsius shares now, don't you?
Yes.
All right, so this contract entitles you to a payday. Did you get your payday?
I did not get my payday.
So why did you file this lawsuit?
I filed this lawsuit because of the fact that, I did everything as far as doing my part. And, with all due respect, the parties that be, I trusted them and they did not do their part. And that's why I'm here today.
Thank you. One moment. And nothing further.
All right, cross-examination? Yes. Okay. Are you on? Or, you know what? Whenever I switch over, I have to. Okay.
Yeah, sorry. It's just so I know it's objective to.
All right. Are all the screens working now? Okay. You may inquire.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Dillard.
Good afternoon.
My name is Suzanne Busser. I represent Southfield Holdings.
Hi, Suzanne.
Okay. Under, you spoke about the 2014 agreement, correct?
Yes.
You didn't sign the 2014 agreement, did you?
No.
Mr. Reggie Mathis signed it on your behalf?
Yes.
And you also spoke about the 2016 agreement, correct?
Yes.
You also did not sign that agreement?
I think I had power of attorney through Reggie.
So Reggie Mathis signed
Yes.
on your behalf, correct?
I think so, yeah.
Isn't it true that Celsius paid you a $100,000 endorsement fee under the 2014 agreement?
Yes, I think so.
And isn't it true that Celsius paid you $200,000 in guaranteed royalties under that agreement?
I'm not sure.
Is there anything that might refresh your recollection?
Not really, because of the fact that, Reggie Mathis would actually look over the contract.
Okay, do you remember giving testimony under oath in this case by answers to interrogatory dated August 11, 2022?
Possibly.
1 second.
Yes. Thank you.
You're supposed to ask me that.
Sorry.
You may approach. All right.
So I'll represent you that these are the, I'm sorry, 1 second. My apologies, I used the wrong exhibit.
Suzanne, do you want to just show me the 2014 and go to that page?
No, please. Okay. Yeah, I got it.
You may approach.
My apologies.
Okay.
Let me sit next to you. I can't see up there. No.
All right.
Can I approach your name?
You don't have that.
That's okay.
So I represent to you that these are the responses to the first set of interrogatories directed at the plaintiffs.
Okay.
One moment again, I apologize. I'm looking at you. Under the 2016 agreement, isn't it true that Celsius issued 250,000 restricted shares of common stock as an endorsement fee?
I think so.
And of that 250,000 restricted shares, you received 72.5%, is that correct?
I don't recall in detail.
Okay. Could we put up the 2016 agreement, please? And this is Plaintiff's Exhibit 2, which is already been admitted into evidence. Could you please go to section 5.1? Did you see the document on the screen? This is the 2016 agreement that we've been discussing.
Okay.
And section 5.1 talks about the endorsement fee, is that right?
Okay.
And subsection B says Flo Rida shall receive 72.5% of the aforementioned shares for a grand total of 181,250 shares upon the signing and execution of this agreement, correct?
Yes, I see that.
Okay, so of the 250,000 restricted shares, you received 72.5%, correct?
That's what it says.
Now, for all of the pictures that your attorney put up for you, and I won't go through all of them for time purposes, those were during the time that you were a brand ambassador for Celsius, correct?
Yes.
And you were paid as a brand ambassador for Celsius?
Yes.
And you also talked about your, if I remember correctly, you testified earlier that your understanding of royalties in your business, the music industry, was that there were ongoing royalties. Is that correct?
Correct.
And those ongoing royalties are for your music, correct?
Yes, but in
So it's music that you
Hold on,
produce?
he hasn't finished. Objections,
But-
cutting off the witness.
All right, let me ask you, were you finished with the answer?
yes.
Okay.
Well, as far as royalties, my impression of royalties, whether it's music or anything, is ongoing.
So with your music, your impression is that it's ongoing?
Yes. Yes.
And that is for music that you produce or write or you sing, correct?
It's music that I use my likeness.
Is that music that you own?
It's music that I get a percentage of.
Because you own the music?
Yes, as well.
Okay. One moment.
Let's do this. We're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break. It's a good time for everybody. We've been going for a little over an hour, so we'll take a 10-minute break. We'll come back and we'll finish up.
Okay, so.
Okay, I'm sorry, everyone can be seated. All right. Ms. Finch, you may have to go ahead and proceed.
Mr. Dillard, before the break, we were talking about the royalties, and you stated that the ongoing royalties for your music industry is for the music that you own. Is that right?
Yes, well, whatever music has my likeness.
Because it's something that you produced or you wrote, correct?
Yes.
And you don't own Celsius's products, correct?
As far as royalties and everything, yeah.
So you own Celsius's products?
That's my thought process is that, as far as, having royalties, having equity, having stock.
I understand, so you might have stock, but do you own Celsius's product? You don't own that product, correct?
I mean, I owned it with my likeness, the world, and different people, such as I said earlier, Doja Cat, that's, they would say I own it.
As a brand ambassador?
Yes, as a brand ambassador.
How many shares of stock of Celsius do you currently own?
I'm not sure right off top.
Do you know if those shares of stock are in your own name or in your Strong Arm Production Company name?
I'll have to look in detail.
So you don't know?
I don't know right off.
And you sold stock in 2020, is that right?
During the pandemic,
Right. Do you know if it was 2020?
I think,
It could have been 2021?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Have you only sold stock on one occasion? Sold Celsius stock on one occasion?
During the pandemic,
So you haven't sold any stock after that pandemic sale, correct?
I might have sold a little.
Okay. Do you know how much you sold?
I don't know.
And then I know we talked about you being a brand ambassador, correct?
Yes,
And you got paid to be a brand ambassador by Celsius, correct?
yes,
And those duties as brand ambassador include putting the product in the My House video, right?
no, it didn't. I did that on my own.
You did that on your own.
Yes,
Okay. Do your duties as brand ambassador include attending the NACS?
that was, I think, one of them. Yeah,
And your duties also include attending the NASCAR event that you testified about?
yeah, that one. Yeah,
And your duties also as brand ambassador also include attending that Tough Mudder event that you testified about, right?
yes. But the things that went on, as far as the extra things that I did, like bringing my vehicles that I put, that Celsius had nothing to do with, me putting Celsius on my vehicles and things like that.
Those were your choices?
Yes.
Right?
In regards to me, thinking this thing throughout, as something ongoing and for the long run of things.
Right, choices that you made to do?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Dillard.
Thank you.
All right, any redirect?
I don't have any redirect. Thank you, Mr. Dillard.
All right, hang on. Members of the jury, any questions for the witness? Any questions? None? Go. Show of hands. Then. No. All right, no questions. All right, you can go and have a seat. Plaintiff, call your next witness.
Plaintiff's call Alex Acosta.
Yes, he is.
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony submitted in this case will be the truth and whole truth and nothing but the truth? You may be seated, and please state your first name and last name for the record.
Alex Acosta.
You can spell your name just for the record.
ALEXACOSTA.
You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Acosta, what do you do for a living?
I'm an international film director. Yeah.
And when you say you're an international film director, how long have you been doing that for?
I've been shooting film for about 15 years now.
And do you you work in a particular segment of that industry or in all kinds?
Yes, I am. Well, under the directing side, I handle all type of production. For 15 years, I've handled all the magnitude of things that fall under productions, from commercials to music videos to films, short films. Currently, I work for Revolt TV Media, which I direct about 4 or 5 TV shows, and Revolt TV Media is P. Diddy, Puff Daddy's company.
And have you ever worked with a person by the name of Tramar Dillard, who's also known professionally as Flo Rida?
Yes.
And around when did you begin working with Mr. Dillard?
2013, the summer of 2013. This summer makes 10 years.
And so then during that entire period, could you just briefly describe what your work was with Mr. Dillard?
Yeah, all projects media related, so music videos, anything that he has to do for television work, anything, all the travels that he's done around the world. I covered every aspect that has to do from pictures to videos to anything that had the deliverable for content.
And did there come a time in around June 11th of 2016 that you went with Mr. Dillard to something called Summertime Ball?
I'm sorry, what's the objection? Overruled. Let's back on.
You may answer.
You said the Summertime Ball?
Yes.
Yes, one of the biggest concerts.
Where is that concert held?
That is in London, Wembley Stadium.
And did you go with, who did you take photos of or video at that event?
Only a Flo Rida.
Okay, I want to direct you to Plaintiff's 267. And do you see that on the screen in front of you, Mr. Acosta?
Yes, I do.
What are we looking at here?
We're looking at a video where Flo Rida just got off stage. He just finished performing for Wembley Stadium, 110,000 people, and we are walking off the stage.
Okay. Is this a fair and accurate representation of things as it appeared?
Yes.
And who took you mentioned a video, but is it a video or a photo?
That particular one is a photo. I have video and photo of that day, but what I'm looking at right now is a photo.
Okay. And is this a fair and accurate representation of as things as you saw them that day?
Yep.
At this time, I'm offering Plaintiff's 267 into evidence.
Any objection?
We only object for relevancy, that it's not for the claim or defense being offered.
All right, overruled.
Mr. Acosta, do you see the object that Mr. Dillard is holding in his left hand?
Yes.
What is that?
Celsius can.
And did you take photos of Mr. Dillard when he had Celsius cans or other products throughout the time you worked with him?
Oh, hundreds of times.
Okay. I want to direct you to Plaintiff's 162. And if we could just play that for 1 second and then we'll get to it. Okay, we can pause that. Do you recognize this video?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's us walking off the stage. He just finished performing. To the right, you can actually see the stairs. He just finished coming down the stairs on a tiny, tiny corner. And we are walking behind the stage. And of course, he's taking pictures with his fans, as he normally does right before he exits the arena.
And who shot this video?
I did.
And is it fair and accurate representation of things?
Yes.
At this time, I offer Plaintiff's 162.
All right, any overruled. So 162 is in evidence.
And can we play that now for the jury? Okay, we can stop right now. And I want to direct you to Plaintiff's 198. And if we could play that briefly. Mr. Acosta, do you recognize what this video is?
Yes.
What is it?
This is called a boomerang.
And who took what do you mean by boomerang?
Boomerang is a feature on Instagram. It's on the app that you can hold it for 3 seconds, and it'll just give you a replay of what's in front of you at the moment.
Does that mean that this video is then put on Instagram, that platform?
Yes, I knew him coming off and him having Celsius in town looked really cool, coming off with the effect of boomerang. At that time, it was really popular to use with the phone.
The boomerang feature, you mean?
The boomerang feature was really popular, yes.
And is this a fair and accurate representation of things as you filmed them that day as well?
Yes.
Okay, at this time, Plaintiff offers 198 into evidence.
No objection.
All right, overruled.
Now, Mr. Acosta, in addition to attending concerts, did you ever go with Mr. Dillard to shoot video of him at stores or other types of commercial establishments?
Hundreds of times.
And what kind of stores did you go to shoot content with him at?
It could be malls, retail stores. It could be such as, I know a clip I provided, 7-Elevens. It could be literally from airports everywhere.
I want to direct you to Plaintiff's 160. And just to begin with that video, we'll play the rest in a moment. Do you recognize this video clip?
Yes.
And where is this from?
In 7-Eleven, we were in Texas.
And do you know approximately when this was?
2015, 16?
And is this a fair and accurate representation of what you shot that day in the 7-Eleven?
Yes.
And who shot that video? You?
I did.
At this time, plaintiff offers 160 in evidence.
Same objection overruled.
And
That's an evidence as well.
Sorry, Your Honor. We could now play 160.
Free Celsius, low and healthy energy. 7-Eleven, right?
We could now go to plaintiff's 161. And briefly, just for a moment, do you recognize this video as well, Mr. Acosta?
Yes.
And where is that from?
Same day, same time.
And is this a fair and accurate representation as well?
Yes.
This time, plaintiff offers 161.
The objection, Your Honor, and also it's getting cumulative at this point.
All right, is this the same location?
Yes, Your Honor. It's literally the same video that's clipped within just 2 portions.
All right, I'll overrule the objection. We're getting close to being cumulative here.
Thank you. If we could play one.
So 161 is an evidence.
Very well. And what's up, bro? You got Celsius? Yeah, I've never tried it. Any recommendations? One thing I've is getting this. Raspberry? What do you prefer? I mean, I can go for it. Yeah. What we got? Raspberry, orange, grape. Appreciate it, man. Very well. Take care.
Mr. Acosta, I want to direct you to around August 2015. Did you capture any videos of Mr. Dillard regarding Flo Fusion?
Oh, yes.
Okay, and I want to show you plaintiff's 174 at this time. And if we could play 174.
Play it through.
Play it through, please.
Is that already in evidence?
Yes, Your Honor, no objection.
Okay, now that's in evidence.
Mr. Acosta, do you recognize that video?
Yes.
And who created it?
I did.
And do you recognize the sound, the music in the background?
Yes.
And what is that song?
Number one single, number one hit in 2015-16. That's My House.
Okay, do you have any particular knowledge of that song beyond the average public?
I am the director of the music video.
Okay. And when you say the director of it, did you help create the filming of it?
Yes, the concept of it, and yes.
Okay. I want to direct you to Plaintiff's 271. And before we continue, Mr. Acosta, did you review Plaintiff's 271?
Yes.
And what is 271?
As far as the music video.
And is this a complete and accurate representation of the music video?
Yes.
And during this video, are there any Celsius products shown?
Yes, there is, quite a few times.
And whose decision was that to incorporate in the video?
It was Flo Rida's decision.
At this time, plaintiff offers 271.
Your Honor, object for relevancy, cumulativeness at this point, and also the entire video should not be shown. If there's clips that they want to play, that's fine, but the whole video is completely irrelevant.
All right, overruled. 271, plaintiff 271 is in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. This will be my last exhibit and last question for the witness, so with that we will play plaintiff's 271.
Open up the champagne, pop it. It's my house, come on, turn it up. Hear a knock on the door when the night begins. Cause we've done this before, so you come on in. Make yourself up a home, tell me where you've been.
And you know where I live. Yeah, you know what we is. Sometimes you gotta stay. Welcome to my house. Baby, take control now. We can't even slow down. We don't have to go a while. Welcome to my house. Play the music too loud. Show me what you do now. We don't have to go a while. Welcome to my house. Welcome to my house. Morning comes and you know that you wanna stay. Close the blinds and pretend that the time has changed. Keep our clothes on the floor, open up champagne. Let's continue tonight, come on, celebrate. That's how we do something, you gotta stay. And you know where I live. Yeah, you know what we is. Sometimes you gotta stay. Welcome to my house. Baby, take control now. We can't even slow down. We don't have to go a while. Welcome to my house. Play that music too loud. Show me what you do now. We don't have to go a while. Welcome to my house. Welcome to my house. Stuck off the crib to spot the bag. But my house is your house if you throwing it back. Excuse me if my home drain is sad. So as these happy faces lay, you can run with the cash. Home run, slam dunk, touchdown pass. Because I ain't too council so that they don't hold it back. Another shot of vodka, you know what's in my glass. It's my house, just relax. Welcome to my house. Baby, take control now. We can't even slow down. We don't have to go a while. Welcome to my house. Play that music too loud. Show me what you do now. We don't have to go a while. Welcome to my house. Welcome to my house. Welcome to my house. It's my house.
Thank you. No further questions for the witness.
Cross-examination?
Very, very brief, Judge. This is so brief, I'll just really quick. Hi, Mr. Acosta. My name is Suzanne Busser. I'm one of the attorneys for Celsius Holdings. Congratulations on the success of that video. I understand it was very successful.
Thank you.
So we just watched the My House music video, correct?
Yes.
And isn't it true that there are also other products displayed in that video?
Besides his jewelry, no. Just
There was not a Dodge SUV truck also displayed?
that we drive in the truck every day, yeah.
And then also champagne that was prominently displayed throughout the video as well?
Numerous champagne is in clubs.
And in this video?
Yeah, in every club there's champagne.
Okay. No further questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Members of the jury, any questions for the witness? All right, you're excused. Plaintiff, call your next witness.
Good.
It's going to be Lionel Bussey. Lionel Bussey.
Use the name is Jonathan, and testimony is in this case, put it to the also the not medical. You need to see it. And this is the full name, spelled first and last.
Lionel Bussey, Lionel Bussey.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bussey.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Bussey, where do you currently reside?
Mooresville, Pennsylvania.
Is that kind of in the area of Philadelphia?
Yes, it's like 10 minutes outside the city.
And what type of work do you do?
Production, writing, artist development,
How many years have you been doing that type of work?
like 20, 25 years.
Do you know Mr. Dillard, professionally known as Flo Rida?
Yes.
How do you know him?
We worked together years ago.
So, are you aware that Mr. Dillard had become a brand ambassador for Celsius?
Yes.
And were you aware that he was promoting Celsius products?
Yes.
How did you become aware of that?
I brought him the product.
And so, after Flo became the brand ambassador for Celsius, did you attend special events with him?
Yes.
What type of events did you attend with him early on?
All type of events. The NAC in Vegas convention. Different gyms and stuff like that.
Let's talk about the NACS one that you just brought up.
Yes.
What did you observe about Mr. Dillard's promotions of Celsius at NACS?
Did a lot of promoting, especially like in the convention part. And they signed a lot of autographs, gave out a lot of cans, took tons of pictures, like forever.
Did he also perform?
Yes, and he performed later that night.
What do you remember about the impact of that performance?
Oh, it's amazing.
Speculation on this, it's just going to talk about his observation.
Okay, I'm going to sustain the objection, rephrase.
What did you observe about after his performance or during his performance?
During his performance, I mean, it was awesome. He went out in the crowd. He grabbed a part of his performance. He goes out and engages with the crowd. And I remember he picked up a child, somebody's child out there, and after the show was done, we realized that it was in his 7-Eleven exec's child. And
Did you observe Mr. Dillard speaking with the 7-Eleven executive?
yes.
After you spent time with him at NACS, did you attend any other promotions with him thereafter?
Yes, we did NACS a couple times, like later on, but we went to different gyms, and he did promotions there. He did workouts with members at gyms, and signed autographs, gave out cans, and yeah, a lot of that.
What specific products did you observe Mr. Dillard promote?
Everything Celsius, from the cans to the heat, everything, sticks, everything.
How did Mr. Dillard's relationship with Celsius spread within the music business as you observed it?
Sustain.
Did you speak to other people in the music business about whether the Celsius products had been described as Flo's drink?
Oh yes, absolutely. That's how we explained it to people. We told them that it was Flo's drinks, and yeah, and everybody's excited about it.
Did you promote it as Flo's drink?
Absolutely.
Who did you promote it as Flo's drink to?
Everybody I can get to. A-Rod, Aaron Donald, a football player, Jen Selter, which she's a big Instagram influencer with health and fitness. A lot of people.
And what about within the music industry, people that you had direct contacts with? Did you promote Celsius products as Flo's drink?
Absolutely.
Give me some examples of that. Music business.
I would go to like album release parties and hand it out to different artists and festivals that was going on. I would hand it out, T-shirts, whatever product that I had available at the time.
Did there come a point in time where you got involved with working with Celsius on the promotions on behalf of Flo?
Yes.
Okay, tell me about that.
I just came on board as Yeah, I came on board to help them just keep the wheels turning, and I was more like what's the word I'm looking for? I can't think of the word.
Kind of a liaison?
Liaison. There you go. That's the word I'm looking for.
So who brought you on as a liaison?
Vanessa Walker.
And she worked for Celsius?
Yes.
And what was the goal, as explained to you by Vanessa Walker, bringing you on at that time in late 2016, early 2017?
Kind of just like bringing their contestants that they had in different promotions that they had. That one contestants, bring them backstage, and their clients bring them backstage, get them in the show, and things like that. Introduce them to Flo, take pictures and all that kind of stuff. And Flo always wanted me to go over and beyond that, so I would bring them on stage as well and let them experience the show from the sidelines.
Did you get involved after you were hired by Celsius to do any specific marketing and promotions of Heat?
Everybody was just coming to me. No, I wasn't doing that, but everybody was coming to me, just wanting to be involved with it because of Flo.
So, did you have any campaigns with respect to Heat that you attended with Mr. Dillard, for example, going to New York or going to any specific trips?
Yeah, we went to Vegas. We did a lot of gyms. We did a lot of 7-Elevens, go to 7-Elevens and hand out cans and stuff like that.
Did you ever hear Celsius describe Flo as the face of the Heat product?
Yes.
Tell me more about that.
We were on a call, Vanessa and I were on a call, and she wanted to expand his face out with Celsius more. So she wanted to get on a call with her and Flo and I and see what we can come up with to attach his face to a brand, to one of the products.
And what product was that?
That came to be Heat.
Were you ever just involved in any discussions with Vanessa where the name of Heat was discussed, before it actually became that product?
Well, yeah, in the beginning, I was on the initial call when we were on there trying to come up with something that would fit Flo. And after that, just the Heat, that's what it was.
And have you seen, let's put up PL 85.
Is this in evidence?
I think it is. Let me double check for you. No, but it's in evidence as part of the one I just put in. It's the same one as, can you put up PL, I can use the other one. Oh, it is in evidence, I'm sorry. Apparently it is. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what was it?
That's the billboard promotion for Heat that we done.
And how did Celsius use Flo as the face of the Heat product while you were employed with Celsius?
Just had them going out, doing different events, and going to gyms, like I said, and doing a workout thing with the members of different gyms, from Gold, U-Fit, and a lot of different gyms.
And you also have to remember a shirt?
Yes.
What did you do with those shirts?
Gave them to everyone that we could. In every show that we went to, backstage we would hand them out, and he'd take them to different TV stations. Every show that he did on TV, he would hand them out.
That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Cross-examination?
Hi, Mr. Bussey.
Hello.
I'm Jose Casal. I represent Celsius. We have never met before, right?
Yeah.
Pleasure.
How you doing?
So So how long have you been working with Flo Rida?
Years, I think 15, maybe.
And during that time, you weren't really paid by Flo Rida or Strong Arm for your services, right?
No.
And when you were brought in, I think you had talked a little bit about you were brought in by Celsius to act as your liaison.
Yes, yes.
You were paid by Celsius, not by Flo Rida, right?
Correct.
That's because Mr. Dillard wasn't paying you, right?
No, it was just more like Vanessa needed someone that could be close to Flo to get her ideas that she had, yes or no, fast, and to have somebody there to like bring people, her clients into the show, and the contestants and stuff like that.
And to keep an eye on Mr. Dillard, right?
Not really, no.
Trying to act as a liaison to make sure that Mr. Dillard was fulfilling his obligations under the various agreements?
Not really, not what I know.
So you were just paid just to be a liaison, right?
Pretty much, that's what I've done, yes.
And again, no payment from Mr. Dillard or Strong Arm for your services.
No, not for Celsius, no, not.
Any further questions?
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions from the jury? No. All right, Mr. Bussey, you're excused. All right, plaintiff, call your next witness.
Plaintiff's call Lee Prince.
Lee Prince, Leeprince, Lee Prince.
May I inquire?
Thank you. You're here today as also in your capacity as a representative of the company Strong Arm Productions, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and what is your position at the company?
CEO.
What does the company do?
I'm managing the company. My position is taking artists from a beginning stage and birthing their careers.
What's your relationship with Flo Rida?
I'm a manager.
All right, and so we don't have to put it up on the screen. This is already in the evidence. Plaintiff's Exhibit 1, the 2014 contract. Plaintiff's Exhibit 2, the 2016 contract. Do you recognize these?
Yes, sir.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
I'll leave those with you. So, right on the top of the 2014 contract, it says D3M. What's that? What's D3M?
That's a licensing company that we hired to go out and solicit deals for Flo.
And David Gold works with that company.
Yes, sir.
The jury will hear from him. David Gold was involved in the negotiation of this contract, correct?
Objection needed.
Sustained.
Rephrase. So, what did David Gold have to do with the contract?
This is David Gold contract. What he did kind of go out and find endorsements for that we would like to get into. So they went out and bought the Celsius product back to us.
So, and the contract requires Flo Rida to do certain things. Who else is signing the contract? Celsius?
And Strong Arm.
And Strong Arm. Okay. So you've got Flo Rida, Celsius, Strong Arm, and D3M.
Correct.
And that is, take a look at the signature page and tell me whether or not the agreement is signed by Strong Arm.
Which contract?
Let's just look at the 2014. And there's some exhibits which the jury's going to see before we get done, so the signature page isn't exactly at the end. But I want you to take a look at the signature page and make sure that Strong Arm is referring to that contract.
This is already in evidence, correct?
It is.
You want to put it up for?
We can. Can we put up the signature page? That's a good idea, Your Honor. It's not the last page. That's the thing. I can. Might be easier for Andre and the witness if I just flip to the page.
Move up. Move up, move up. Keep going. Keep going. Okay, what page are we on now? Keep going, there's exhibits.
It's,
Keep going. Like 3 more. There, that's it.
Yeah, I'm already out.
so did Strong Arm sign the contract?
Yes, sir.
Now, in the 2014 contract, after you entered into it, did Strong Arm receive some compensation?
After the 2014 contract, I can't remember exactly.
All right, let me show you. This may refresh your recollection. It's Plaintiff's Exhibit 47. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
What is it? The stairs?
Were some stock issued to you immediately on the...
Yes, we received stocks twice from them, once in 2014 and once in 2016.
Okay. And that stock passed through D3M. They got some, and then...
They got, it was 75 to Strong Arm production and 25% of D3M.
Yeah, so now that's an important question because the jury's going to be asked that question on the verdict form. They saw the 750,000 shares of stock that are issued in this case. 500,000 in one clause, 250,000 in the other clause. 25% of all that stock goes to
D3M.
And how much to?
75% goes to Strong Arm production.
And that covers Flo Rida, Strong Arm, the
Yes.
whole? Right.
Yes, sir.
75 and 25. There was another discussion with some other witnesses about other opportunities that you guys had instead of, that you had to give up since
Right.
you were doing this with Celsius.
You
remember any of those?
I remember several opportunities that came on our desk. I mean, you're dealing with an international artist, a worldwide superstar. This guy, my artist at the time, had over 7 #1 records. So, endorsements was coming daily. It wasn't like we was hunting for these opportunities. They was knocking on our door. So it was several endorsement opportunities.
I don't want to get into all those, but are any in the same field, right?
Definitely in the same field.
Coming up right around the time of the renewal in 2016.
1,000%.
And you remember a company with energy drink?
Yes.
Okay. What country was that company in?
It was one in the international territories. I can't remember exactly what territory that was. But even it was some local.
From 2014 to 2020, what reports did you guys receive from Celsius?
We never received a single report from Celsius during that duration of time.
Can you say that again, just because I was talking over you?
We never received a single report.
You aware of any such report or analysis?
No, sir.
All right, now take a look at that stock certificate that I showed you. The stock that you got, and the stock that you would get, the 750,000. What does it say about what kind of stock it is? It's restricted? Is it restricted stock?
Yes, restricted stock.
Okay, and what does that mean?
It means that you can't resell it.
You can't sell it right away, right?
Right away, yeah.
There's a time frame. You remember the time frame, 6 months?
6 months.
Okay, now, Mr. Dillard testified that some stock was sold during the pandemic. You remember that, right?
Yes, I remember that.
Was it actually you who made the calls?
Yes, sir.
All right, and so counsel was asking, it was more than once, correct?
Yes, it was, I believe, probably 4 times. 4 times.
And we already heard a little testimony about why, but tell us, why were you guys having to sell stock?
During that time, it got very difficult during the pandemic, and on the music side of the road, we live off shows. I mean, you got road managers, production crew, film, security guys, and those families are families that look on us as a management team to make sure, they can keep their lights on and keep their family fed. And, being that, Flo is a guy that's, he's a family-oriented guy, we had to do something. And it was solely based on supporting the family, supporting the teams, and making sure that they could get through this whole pandemic. And it was necessary at that time.
Okay. And I know, I don't want to get into each of the sales, because when you made the phone call to sell some, you made it to a financial professional who did it over a
Yes,
period
sir.
of days, multiple sales, correct?
Yes, sir.
But may I approach once more, Your Honor?
Yes.
This may refresh your recollection to some of the things we're talking about. But just, did you sell, you remember some of the prices that you sold on those 4 or 5 times?
Yes, I remember these.
Okay, tell us some of the prices.
I'm sorry, objection. Could you show us what you're showing?
Sure.
The witness?
It's a document that the witness and I looked at this morning. Do you remember some of the... Do you remember some of the prices that you guys sold at?
Yeah.
Can you tell us?
The prices are right on the list right
Yeah, I know. But,
now.
all right. I'm just trying to refresh your recollection, right? You can look at it and maybe you remember. I know you don't remember exact prices, but we're just trying to get an idea of the prices.
Right. It was $65 a share.
And another time?
80.
Another
and
time?
Over 100.
You didn't get, or tell me, did you or did you not sell all the stock?
No, we definitely didn't sell all the stock, and we honestly didn't want to sell none of them. But like I said, it was a situation where it was rough at the time during that pandemic, and we had to do something.
Did there come a time that you told us that you didn't see any data, reports, analysis about sales, that you wanted that type of data?
Yes, sir.
And then after trying to get it, did you direct a legal letter to be sent to the company?
Yes, after several attempts on trying to get the information, we hired a legal team to pursue action for us to get the information.
All right, so I would just like to get the date that that legal letter was sent and the address it was sent to. Okay, so is this so again, I'm not putting this into evidence, but I'm just going to ask the date and the address that the legal letter was sent to, and I'm going to hand it to the witness. So what date?
The date was February 26, 2021, and the address was 2424 North Federal Highway, Suite 208, Boca Raton.
And that's Celsius address?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then eventually there was a response.
Yes, sir.
All right. And again, I'm just going to ask the date that you got a response from Celsius.
The response date was April 30th, 2021.
And were there any stock certificates attached?
No, sir.
Okay. What was their response?
Objection, hearsay.
This is the Celsius.
Yeah, it's the
right?
company. This is going to go in evidence, but it's not yet.
Okay, objection is overruled.
What did they? Just in general, did they say, here's the data and here's the stock?
No, sir. No.
Which we're not good. What did they say about the stock? Are they giving it to you?
No, they didn't give us nothing.
All right. Now, there was some talk about having to pay $30,000 to the production company for Flo Rida and the whole production to fly out to the NACS. Where is the NACS conference?
Excuse me?
That NACS conference where he put on a whole concert.
In Vegas?
It's in Vegas, so you've got 7-Eleven and GNC and all these stores, right? Thousands of representatives of stores, and they want him to put on a concert, right? And they, as we've already been told, had to pay you guys $30,000.
Right.
Now, is that the normal price of a concert?
Not at all. Like I said, I booked the shows myself. So from 2007, Flo Rida price range goes from 150 locally, domestic, 200,000, and 500,000 internationally for one performance.
And during Super Bowl weekend,
Super Bowl weekend,
Broncos,
right? Super Bowl weekend, those type of weekends, those big events, Super Bowl weekend, All-Star weekend, Flo Rida gross, those are $1 million weekends, and that's just what it is. Those are real numbers.
So that $1 million, so the $30,000 was kind of expensive to get the band out there.
The 30,000 kind of was like showing, I think that was kind of like showing good faith that, you know, we're gonna just do it because the relationship that we have with Celsius. It wasn't nowhere near what Flo's fees are.
All right, no further questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination?
Good afternoon. Mr.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
We haven't met. My name is Rebecca Placencia.
How you doing, Rebecca?
For Celsius Holdings. You testified that D3M brought strong arm the Celsius deal, correct?
Yeah, D3M when I bought the deal.
And this is pursuant to a separate agreement that Strong Arm and Tramar Dillard had with D3M, is that right?
We don't, a separate deal with them?
A separate agreement that Strong Arm and Tramar Dillard had with D3M?
No, yes. We hired D3M to go out and get the endorsements for us.
And it's pursuant to that separate agreement with D3M that you have that breakdown of percentages, correct?
Right.
Where Strong Arm and Tramar Dillard received 75%,
And D3M receives 25%.
and that's for whatever contract or deals D3M brings to Strong Arm, is that right?
Right, that what D3M brings to us.
So D3M brought you the Celsius deal, correct?
Correct.
And then Strong Arm chose to work with Celsius, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, Celsius is not part of your agreement with D3M, correct?
Yeah, we went through, their agreement with D3M is with Celsius and D3M.
And under the 2014 agreement, Celsius would make the payments directly to D3M, correct?
Correct.
And then D3M would transfer a percentage to Strong Arm.
Correct.
And it was the same situation with respect to the 2016 agreement.
Right.
The $500,000 royalty payments.
Right, nothing should have changed.
Do you know how many shares of stock Strong Arm still holds?
Should be somewhere, I'll say if, might be off a little bit, but should be somewhere like 100,000.
Isn't it true that Strong Arm transferred the remaining 150,000 shares to its brokerage account in May of 2021?
You said, did they do what?
Transfer its shares to its brokerage account in May 2021?
No, like I said, we still have shares with Celsius.
And with respect to the dates that you were discussing in terms of when you sold your shares, you don't remember the exact dates on which you sold the shares, correct?
No.
And you don't remember the exact prices?
I have them right in front of me right here.
And where did you come up with those numbers? Were you just guessing it's around that time?
Guessing? No, I'm very aware of stocks and what the value is. I'm not just, I'm very aware.
You testified that you asked for sales data from Celsius in February of 2021, correct? But you didn't ask for this data in 2014, did you?
No.
Okay, or in 2015?
Me personally, no, but I would ask David Gold and his representation and get the information for us.
And did Strong Arm ask for sales data in 2018?
But yes.
You did, you actually asked?
Yeah, we actually, it haven't been a year that we haven't asked for the information. But me personally, I didn't have the direct contact with Celsius. I had to go through D3M. So it's never been a year that we haven't asked for information.
But there's nothing in writing that shows, other than this February 2021 letter that you're referring to, that you asked for a sales data accounting, correct?
Probably nothing in writing, but it should be some email somewhere that'll show that we asked for it.
I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, very brief. I'm going to pull this up on the screen. It's just a page from the 2014 contract. You were asked about whether the compensation would all go to D3M, and then some of it get passed through to you. So I just want to show you a page of the contract, the page that talks about the $500,000 in stock and the $250,000. Just take us a moment to pull it up. So we want to see who the shares will be issued to. That's my only question. So I'll be brief. Okay, so let's look. Let's leave it like that for a moment, Andre. Thank you. So the two blow-ups that I had this morning, you were here in opening statement.
Yes, sir.
The two blow-ups about the 250,000 shares and the 500,000 shares, those are sub-paragraphs 1, 2, 3, 4 below paragraph B, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, can you blow up paragraph B? So we're going to see all this stock that's at issue in this case. So the company shall issue up to 1 million shares of common stock as directed by D3M, correct?
Yes.
Right? So at who D3M directs Celsius to issue the shares to, that's who should get it, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, in regard to this 500,000 shares and this 250,000, the 750,000 shares that are at issue in this case, and we're going to hear from D3M too tomorrow, 75% goes to who?
Strong Arm Productions.
And 25% goes to who?
D3M.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any follow up on that question? That area? Any questions from the jury? All right, you're excused. Call your next witness, or?
Yeah, I'm going to ask, Your Honor, we're close to...
That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we are moving fast. So that's the good news. Bad news, I think we're out of witnesses for today, correct? All right, so we'll break a little bit early. We'll see you here tomorrow, same time, 9:45. Actually, hang on one second. I'm going to double check. We might be able to start a little bit earlier. I think my 9. I have other hearings in the morning. Do you want it? You want 9:45? I'm taking. Okay, we'll leave it at 9:45. But we trust me, we have other things that we'll need to take care of anyway outside your presence. So we've been trying to do that so we don't waste your time while you're here. While you're here, we're trying to get you in here and get all the testimony taken care of. So, all right, we'll see you here tomorrow morning, 9:45. Remember all my instructions: do not discuss the case or have the case discussed in your presence. Do not do any investigation of your own. Please do not look at any media sites or any newspapers to do with this case. It's very important. So be cautious about that, all right? And so with that, have a good night's sleep, good breakfast. We'll see you in the morning, ready to go. Be here by 9:45.